More.
Morning, Gary.
Morning.
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 Morning, Jerry.
Oh, beyond. Beyond's moving. Broke yesterday's highs right now. Pushing up 2-on-2 continuation measure move on the weekly right now.
Roku.
Cool.
Roku's 3-2 day.
NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA died today. Docu running. Docu running for the second day. Docu needs to break 244.65. 212 on it. Somebody has an Amazon call. Looks like they're moving. Ooh, Beyond can go back in. What's that one? Check out 10% scan real quick. Fix gapped up this morning. Big move.
Morning there, Jerry. Keep an eye on BA. They had a big order from Southwest Airlines.
Nice. Tesla gapped up this morning. You going Tesla? I think it gapped fill real quick. Tesla can gap fill really quick here. 16, that's a $9 move.
Yeah, I swung Tesla and got out really quick. Gave me 400. I was out.
I went ahead and took a short on Tesla. I think it's going to fill that gap just in a few minutes.
Apple right now gone.
Nice. Yeah, I went ahead and took a short on Tesla just because it likes filling gaps. Stupid. There we go. Tesla's yeah, 9% on Tesla. Okay, I got trail stuff on Tesla, up 10%. What you do? NVIDIA, puke, they're on puke. Novak's coming up. Docu, 244.
Can you look
Beyond
at close
$12
for me,
back.
please?
Oh yeah, close gapped up this morning.
Get Apple. Apple's nuts right now.
Closed inside right now. Indecision. Apple ripping. Apple's long right now. Target is 128. The 2-2. It could be a good hit machine gun today. Apple. Apple's long, guys. Holy shit, up 15% Tesla. Let's go. That was you, man, at Tesla gap there. I mean, trail stop on there's no way in hell I'm losing weight on Tesla. Up 14%. All out. All out. I told you, man. I fucking called it. I know Tesla's gonna fill that gap. Told you. That's $9. Told you. I called it, man. I got in before he even started filling. I know Tesla, man. Doc, you up to 245, breaking out all time highs. Piton gonna be long. Piton, man, I'm telling you, it's gonna be. It's a swing. Piton chugging back up there. Piton's coming back up. It needs to break 115.
That Pecan might be this swing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you want it to dip down so you get a better price on it. But it's long right now. Piton long right this second.
PLTR,
Doc, you. What's
PLTR.
that? Yeah, PLTR. Oh yeah, breaking out 60 pivot.
AMD's taking off too.
MD. Awesome. 212, 312. Dang, man. Shit, there's so many good ones. Piton, PLTR, basically the same thing. AMD. Oh yeah, AMD breaking 60. Man, that's what I'm talking about, man. Look at her. AMD breaks 82.59. She's gone. Let's get room to 89.20. Donkey's pushing up. Piton, the monster. Piton, the monster. Piton pulling back slightly. Tesla, man, I'm telling you what. Tesla. There's a gap up this morning. Look, they're still 50%. Could come right back up. PLTR.
Look at LMND is trying to go to a little bit.
Doc, you ain't gonna stop, man. PLTR got room at 114. Disconnect consolidation. Piton. I'm long Piton. Yeah.
Your long Pecan, you said?
Yeah.
Good, that's good.
Yeah. Look at it on the daily. Good machine gun. PMG. Need to keep an eye on Beyond as well because it can come back just as fast as it went down. Beyond's inside. It needs to break 156.97. Take it long, take it high. The video coming back up. NVDA. NVDA inside 4-hour doji weekly made a lower high. This market. Okay. We got stuff gapped up. It's coming right back down. LRCX trying to gap fill. Tesla got a tail on it. NVIDIA got a hammer. Novak's kind of went back down. That's why you gotta be so quick, man. You gotta be so quick. Especially in the first 30 minutes of the day. You make the most money, but you can lose. Apple up 15%. Yes, sir. Nice one, nice job. Keep on inside. Tesla's just sitting there. Tesla can move today. Tesla can move today. Peton needs to stay above 110.67. If it don't, we're gonna cut it. If anybody's in it, stay above that pivot on a 60. If it takes and bounces there and goes back higher, it's sitting strong and going. Dockey's a monster. Dockey's waking out at the top. Don't make it keep going. It can. 212 measure move 22. It wants to see 275. Donkey breaks 246.80. Be long. That set up. Novak's all the way back in. Check this 10%.
I'm sorry, you said if Docu breaks what again?
It's gonna break this high,
Okay,
the high of the day.
thank you.
You're welcome. When he's gap up, trying to come back down. I'll pull Donkey up in just a second. It looks like Donkey's gonna break 245.80. When it breaks 245.80, it'll be long. 245.80. Dotted gap up. I'm not crazy about gap ups. I've got a scan here that finds kicking bears, which is a gap down. KVP. I'd much rather trade a gap down for a gap fill. Any day. We're gonna mark this. All I'll do is mark the top. I'm not interested in taking them short. BAC's on there and Wells Fargo's on this gap down. On these gap downs, all you do is wait for them to find a base, catch it right back through. This right here is chopping sideways here, but look on the monthly. It is strong as all get out. Very strong. Look at that. You think this thing ain't gonna be bought up today? Wrong. Look here, it's bouncing double bottom. I'm sorry.
VIX is going to the moon.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah. You're long, start to cover. You're long or something. Be careful, guys. It's coming up like Ford said. If y'all got a big screen, always have you always want to have VIX up. Bank of America got down this morning. All we're gonna do is find a base. The month on this thing's a monster. It looks like it pushed back through the 4 hour. It could come back down to touch 41.66 instead. So I'm gonna put a alert on the top.
Apple is still moving.
Yeah, Apple base up 42% on Apple. I got a trail stop on Apple.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, yeah, Microsoft.
Yeah,
I was just about to say that.
Jerry,
Microsoft.
I'd stay away from Bank America till XLF starts finding a bottom.
So Microsoft long right here. Microsoft long. Yeah, Microsoft. I got something a bit twice yesterday. It finally took off. Microsoft's long right now.
What's the target on that?
It's gap filling right now, guys. Microsoft's gap filling target 259. And I was hoping this thing would go yesterday, and it finally went last night. Of course, I wasn't, or later in the day, I wasn't nowhere around it. Donkey pulled all the way back. Whew. Ooh. Why you gotta be quick in these things, guys. If you got a smaller account, take your money. Take your damn money. Take your money, man. Nobody else. You're up 10, 20 bucks. I mean, they add up. It adds up quick. Microsoft up 4%. I hope Microsoft is up. Maybe it's weak. No thanks. Costco, AMC up. Tesla's trying to go 212 down, which should get a continuation. Now, Microsoft, the stock is at 255.41.
Looks like Apple got stopped at that pivot, that daily pivot, starting to pull back.
That's forever Apple's MO.
Microsoft's still going here. Microsoft's gap filling, guys. Tesla might continue to fill this gap here. Let's see what she do. Might have to get back in it. Tesla's got room of 610. 610. I caught $5 of it. Just a few seconds. All right. Tesla to TTL. I'm telling you, it's gonna fill this gap. You took on this 2-2 down here for 610, or you could take it when it breaks 614, target 610. Scalpers, scalper.
Ooh. AMD fell.
This has had all kind of problems.
Yeah, what's going on with them?
I don't know. I think I saw somewhere where they got hacked or something. Is that right? Sound right? Could be wrong. All right, let's see what we got here. Bill. Gap down. Look here on these gap downs. All we're doing is looking for them to find a base and take it right back up. That's all we're doing. I love gap downs better than I do the gap ups. Microsoft one. Yep. Video on Microsoft. VIX coming up soon. Bill's in a downtrend here. I don't see it pushing. It's in a tight range here. I can see it pushing below and gap down. It's just not big enough for me. That's fine.
NVIDIA is at low of the day.
Yeah. Now NVIDIA, I'm short NVIDIA from yesterday, and I know it's long, but I've got it close to the end. I mean, it needs a pullback, and it needs it now. And I didn't say anything about it because it's a gamble, but it ain't a gamble. If you look at the video on the higher time frames, 3 green days, and usually every day you got the next day's red. Green day, next day red. This thing's extended, extremely extended. It needs a whole day of red. Now is it going to crash? I doubt it. I'm down on the video. I'll tell you that.
Can you look at Clove?
Close.
Please and thank you.
Let me mark this there quick. BAC gap down this morning. Looking for a gap down.
Oh, Clove is
Great. Clove, yeah, Clove looked good pre-market.
When you can, Jerry, take a look at Riot.
Right? 1888. Clove breaks 1888 to be long. Yeah, because all it's doing right now is it's a consolidation, it's chopping sideways, which is just a inside bar. Oh, it is strong. Holy shit, it's breaking that base. Fairly new IPO. Is it optionable? Space. I marked a few last night. I was sitting here. There's a bunch of them that's getting ready to move. There's a few, a bunch of people charged, 212 on space. I think work was getting ready to break out.
Myrna and Invax are both just tanking. I mean, just, I don't know what happened to both of them.
Well, that VIX is shooting straight up. You got IYT going down, XLV going down, XLF down, XLE down.
Nice. So we have a simultaneous break.
A lot.
This is coming up. I do. Ooh, segue. Oh yeah, Novavax. I mean, Nvidia or shit. Novavax is puking. Hell, they're puking everywhere.
I'm about to say everywhere.
Novavax is short. Novavax is short. Now this could just be a liquidity break too. This could just be a flash crash. There's Tesla for gap filter. Tesla short. Tesla is short here. Yeah, the hell out of it. Well, it didn't feel- You know, sometimes you'll put a market in it, still won't feel. At that time. Lost 10 seconds though. I'm up $87 in the video. Sure, I think it's gonna die. Seriously, I think the video's gonna die. Not die, but it needs a pullback. Look at the daily. Extremely extended. It made a lower high yesterday, even though it finished strong. Could this thing pull back a little bit and then shoot straight to the moon today? Yeah, it can. My target's still at 687 on the video. Let's see what it wants to do here. That's a target gap fill. I've got one contract video. See. Sometimes I think something's gonna happen and I just get it out. Wouldn't recommend anybody take it, but body puking, mix it up to the moon. Tractor Supply rolling over 2 down or 2 up, 2 down. Microsoft rolling over. Definitely gonna roll over.
Michael, you're going.
Microsoft's a pain in my ass.
You're gonna go back up.
Oh, 60 X, so going everything down, smoke Apple from Lowe's. So I'm up 100%. Good job there. There was that CRM. You got 100% on those Fridays. Apple. Yeah, that's a great call. Corey on Apple. And then I can't forget your name. AMD was a good call too. Oh yeah, Jared, good job, man. Hey, $55. That's $55, brother. Yes, sir. Take it. Take your money. Don't hesitate. Don't. I mean, with a small account, you want to get as much as you can, but then it can turn around and bite you in the ass because you'll hold on the big move and then it turns red and then it don't ever come back up. Sir. Yeah, so. AMC, LRCX, boy, there it goes. Microsoft. I am now down on Microsoft. I'm down $12. Start with one contract. That's why I always start with one contract. AMC popping up here, trying to be somebody. AMC's long here if you're gonna be in it. Target 70. I don't know. I don't know if I can. There's really no rhyme or reason. AMC just brute strength and herd mentality in there. you know what you're doing, get in it. It's long, target 70. I know the other day was going. Volume is rolling in on this thing, so. You turn back in the ass 4 minutes to 10, I wouldn't touch it. 10 o'clock, I can start selling. All right, let's look at our 2-1 here. I love that stand. You understand? Money. Money. There you see. Amazon came across my scan earlier. Scan alert. Amazon's looking really good. The reason it came, somebody had some Amazon calls out for a month or so. Amazon looks good. It's trying to TPO, it looks like. Needs about 32.43 to be long. A long ways to go. All the stuff to take out. Yeah, I got to be another month now, boy. In trouble. Microsoft's coming all the way down. All right, what I'm gonna do now, let's go to Microsoft. I do have a hard stop on it. I do have a hard stop on it.
What's your stop on Microsoft?
Well, I've got it. I just put it on a stop where I'm comfortable taking a loss at. The stop's gonna be at $28.
Okay.
I don't know that. It's not really, I don't have a stop number. It's kind of hard with options.
Yeah, I know. Mhm.
I'm just like, I'm comfortable losing this amount of money, so that's what it's for. That's what I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm doing. That's all I do with it. SC might be trying to TTO here, come right back up. Tesla, I'm down 2%. RTX, do something. SC still looking good. Hammer up. 270, 268. That's smart SC. All right, what you thinking? I'm really surprised Microsoft came back down. That's why. You know, you start out green, you hope for the big move, and then it just comes against you. We got VIX coming up. Here's the thing, Microsoft probably gonna catch a base and then come right back up. Oh shit! I'm up quite a bit on the video. The video's short, guys. You want to wait on the pullback to get in it though. I knew it was gonna die. I just didn't know when. Just didn't know when. APL. After rolling over. Video. Cost puking. We're getting some chop right now. I can tell you that right now.
Jerry, AI right now up.
Yeah. Well, AI looked good the other day, didn't it? Ooh. Oh yeah. 212 right off the base at 4 hour. It made some moves last week. Yeah, AI is long. Freaking consolidation. It needs to break this. Needs to break pivot low 64.50. Needs to break 64.50. All right, NVIDIA. What you gonna do, bro? Yeah, 10 o'clock. Flip. Now we're looking for some long, staying some long positions in. Okay. Microsoft rolling. We get a pullback on VIX, it'll shoot this stuff back up. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, they can turn a switch on and this thing can go right back up here. But I never like to hold very long, first little bit. I think I'm about that. MVP. Hey. We're looking to add NVIDIA here. So NVIDIA breaks back below 693.71. It'll be short, target 687. And we're gonna look to add to it here. Looking to add. Come on, Tesla, die. I want to see Tesla fall about $50 a die. There's a 212. Hopefully, continuation measure move on Tesla 5. Target is still 610. I am down a little bit on Tesla. I'm down 2.8%, 2.7. What she do? That confidence in it. There she goes. On that side. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA short or add to her.
Look at LMND. Ooh, it just jumped up a dollar.
I mean, they
Yeah, just me looking at it, it jumped up a dollar. That's it. Ooh.
can't see rolling over. X5 trying to come back up. I guarantee you Microsoft's gonna come right back up. Teton 2 hammers. There goes Tesla. Now we're seeing some money. I want to break to this pivot high here. Look here, first target is pivot high 609. Next target is actual gap fill at 606. I'm gonna put a stop on the video here so I can mark it for profits.
Can you look at Kroger for me as it breaks out of this 4-hour pivot?
Mhm.
I think I'm about to get in.
I'm setting my stop in over here. Profit, boy. Up on Tesla, 5%. All right, what am I looking at? Kroger,
Yep.
was it KR?
Ooh, look at AI go. Yeah, yes, KR.
Oh yeah, it's moving. It's extended though.
Thought so, okay.
The pullback is breaking that daily. 212 continuation 4 hour, breaking the daily and a 4 hour. Here's your pullback right here. So see that the candle wicking back on a 4 hour, on a 5 minute,
Uh-huh.
breaks back above 39.36. There's a 212 or TTO on the 5 hour.
Thank you.
Come on, Tesla. Piton fixing to be long again or add to it. Amazon. I told you, as soon as that wick back, this shit come right back up. They're dirty like that, boy. Amazon fixing to be long. I don't know who wants to get in Amazon, but it's fixing to be long.
Oh man, I should have got in lemonade.
Amazon. Boy, it's got a pit machine gun. This thing can run 50, 60 bucks, boy.
You look at lemonade too. I think it needs to break this pivot low on the monthly.
Get in Amazon here. Amazon's long. Hang on a second. Shit. Amazon's long right now. Come on, Phil. There we go. All right, give me my damn money. Amazon to the moon. Lemonade, you said?
Yeah.
Lemonade, yeah, it's pushing right now. There's a pullback, rip up, it's gone. Added NVIDIA. Yeah, Lemonade's long right this second, breaking out that 60 pivot. It pushed up, bounced back, broke through the 4 hour and the daily. Target's gonna be 113.44. Nice 2-2 on the month. Looking good. Looking good. Yeah. I might get
Jerry,
to
Jerry, I hope you got that AI. That thing's just ripping.
yeah, I didn't get a chance to get in. Amazon up 7%, and Amazon's a beast. Amazon is a beast. It can go another 30, 40 bucks, man. Amazon, I want to pull 50 bucks at Amazon today. Up 8%, and I got in the money. In the money, what else? That's how we do. Target $3,300. $3,300 on Amazon today. Oh shit. That's
IBM right
48
now.
bucks.
IBM's going.
IBM. Man, it's tall. It's so big. Again, our cart. Yeah, it's extended though. IBM's extended. Need to pull back on it. Breaking that 4 hour 212 on the 4 hour and on the month. IBM looks good. Here's a pullback right here. These break 149.60. Still need a decent, needs a solid red candle. Pullback. Amazon still going. Up 10.25% on Amazon.
FSLY is working that gap pretty good.
Holy shit, I'm up 30% on Amazon. Oh shit. Sorry guys, I'm fucking excited here. All right, I'm locking in Amazon. I'm gonna give them back 30%. Oh my god, dude, y'all should have gotten Amazon.
Y'all should got an Amazon. I don't give a fuck about anything else right now except for Amazon. Told you, man. Holy shit.
You
And I'm
gonna
out.
get?
I'm out 40% Amazon.
Yeah,
All
you
right, I'm done. I'm done for today. I'm just kidding. Holy shit, dude. That's one contract. I'm up over $2,000 on one contract. Yeah, nice.
Jerry, why don't you go home?
I'm fixing to go to the house. Holy shit. I told you, man, Amazon can keep going. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I ain't gonna be greedy. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't going home. I want to get some more money. Amazon, if I get a pull back here, I'll get back in it. Amazon, y'all should have jumped in that. Holy shit. And look, that's incredible. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what to say about it. And look, it's got a pivot machine right here. Like I said, it can take all these stops out at one time. I look for a pullback and get back in it. Incredible. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. That's yeah, so anytime you get stopped out a few times, never fret, because it only takes one trade. It only takes one trade. One trade. Come on, Tesla, give me my money. My money. Tesla. Tesla's basing right here. It needs to come on down. What a damn trade, boys. What a trade. What a freaking trade. I'm speechless. What a trade.
Jerry, I missed that. What did you do with Amazon?
Amazon, but a call on. Let's break. Pull it back up here. See this consolidation, right?
Okay,
We're on a 5-minute here.
yep,
So I got to learn on earlier. So this box is right here. That's all this is inside. So we just take it. Show you. When it crosses this point here, the high of this right here.
yep.
We captured this. I put a trail stop on it and got out at the top. Yes, sir. Don't be greedy. Look here, if I was greedy, I'd give all that back. It's 10 bucks. Dude, it moved. It moved a lot. It's over 40%. Whew, in the money.
Hey Jerry, could you tell me how you did the trail stop on Amazon?
Yep, there's a couple of different ways. What you do is you put a stop, or I usually set a limit in case it spikes up. It'll stop me out of the way. While it's got my limit stop there, I'll right click the price and active trader. And then what'll happen is it'll say cancel, and then right below it says cancel / replace. And then what you do is you go to the bottom, it pulls up the tab on the bottom, from the bottom of the screen. You'll go down there where it says limit or stop. You click it, you right click it, or actually left click that thing, it pulls up a list of different options. Limit stop, trail stop, set your trail stop. And then down below it, you'll set usually mark at 50 cents. Then you can set it to whatever you want.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. Come on, Tesla, die. Absolutely incredible. Now look, if Tesla comes down here, and I hope it does, I hope it comes down here and touches 32.44, 45. All right, or somewhere in this range. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it long again. So look, I want it to come up, down, up. I want it to come here. See, here's the top of it here. I want it to come down. Like this. Goes up, down, up. Right here on top of these candles, there's an invisible line there. It's not that high up. It's right here on top. What we want to do is come down and touch this, become support, and then go back up. We take it when it bounces from here. All right? Because this resistance, or it was resistance, right? It made it through here. When it broke resistance, we took it long. All right? Now we want this resistance to become support. Okay? And it don't have to come down and it don't have to touch it. It can. It's just got to stay above it. Now this pattern is the same pattern that we repeat. We play it on every time frame, monthly, the weekly, the whatever. The higher time frame it breaks on, the bigger the move. But Amazon, you know, in a 5-minute candle, it can move $10 and stuff. Push up, somebody got some gas today. Push up, man.
Hey, Jerry, can you take a look at CRM on the 15-minute and let me know if you think that it's a similar type of format that you're talking about right there?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's setting up to be a similar type of format?
Yeah, so push up, as long as it holds support above this 239, you can go. Right now it's showing it's making lower highs and lower lows. It don't look bullish at all. The only good thing about it is holding above the 60. So when I look at this right here, this is what I say. All this is just it's trading sideways. It's compound 1. So this would be 2. This is inside that. You want it to break the high of 241.79 to take it long. Now you could take it if it bounces in here, you can take it back up through range, which would be 241.79. The safer entry is when it breaks 241.79. You can see it here. It breaks, comes back down. It finally breaks out of the 60, all right, which is basically these are hidden support and resistance levels. It's sitting on top, so it pushed up like this. Now it's bouncing on the top of this thing, so it looks just like it. It's a pretty good range right here on the 5-er. Okay, but as long as it holds this pivot, it should go higher.
So I'd set an alert for like 241.60
That is your safer
or
entry.
something like that, just to kind of, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's your safer entry right there. Yeah, you want to set it a little bit before. Yeah. Yes,
Yep.
sir. Okay. There we go.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Hey, Jerry, how do you get your boxes like that? Mine's highlighted different
Oh,
color.
because I'm on this Zoom, I can annotate the meeting.
Oh,
That's the only reason. I got this thing, you probably can't see it. This is annotate, pause, new share, poll participant, security, start video, mute. Then I got this annotate, it's got mouse select, text, stamp, spotlight. I can put in videos, all kinds of stuff in here. But push up, down, push up. This right here is now becoming support. All right, we're getting a hammer. So hopefully we do this. Hopefully we see this. All right, it triangles out there. You take it as soon as it breaks a high at 3264.73. All right, and then rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. What a freaking play, man. I can't believe that. That's incredible. Should be at the right place at the right time. Photo buddy. All right, in the video, same thing. If it's strong here, we'll take it. Amazon coming up. So right here's a 2-2. You could actually take it right this second to 32.64. So only thing is we want to make a new high here. When it comes up, forms a double top, come right back down. Let's take a look around. What kind of high pricing? So we can find some cheaper ones. This case is basically starting to curl, so it looks like it filled about 50% here. That's why I don't like the gap ups. I know they can feel partial. let's see, probably gonna be about 61%. There you go. Went to 61.8. I'm just starting to head back up. I want to see it come on down. I'm still in. I want to puke. Take a look around. Pecan Basin. Double topping. Amazon Doji inside. Come on, Tesla. Let's go. Oh, you got in Amazon, George? Awesome, my friend. Awesome. And look, with Amazon, you don't even have to get, but you don't even have to get extra money. I mean, you can get out of the money. You are welcome. We're looking to get back in it.
I'll do that with Tesla and I'll still be making, $200, $300, $400 out of the money on Tesla. So
Exactly. Yeah, you don't have to get in the money. You can get out of the money pretty good. As long as that delta's around 20, I'd say I like 30 cents at least.
yeah,
But you can do 25, at least 25 or above. 30 is better. Make a lot of money. I mean, a $10 move is $300, and Tesla easily can make a $10 move.
right. That's what I'm learning.
Yep, you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick and take that money when you can, because it adds up. Look at her. I'd rather be up $10 than be down $10.
Definitely.
Apple 2-2 reversal 15.
Come on, Tesla, let's go. Break this. Right here, Tesla right now is a 2-1. All right. It's compound inside. I'll look at so let me show you right quick on this Tesla. 5 minute here. There's a 2. All this is inside. All right, this is a 2 here. All this stuff here is inside. So basically, we can even break it down even more. So right now it's in a really tight range, compound inside 1. You can make this, all this a 2.
Jerry, are you waiting for Tesla to break 610?
Yeah, I'm short now, Tesla. But yeah,
Okay.
if you want, you can wait till it breaks 610. Target's still going to be this candle here. Right now it's chopping. So if you're not in it already, just wait on it.
No, I got out. I got an Amazon. I got out. So I'm good.
Awesome. Oh, you got an Amazon?
Yeah.
You're the man. Yeah.
Oh, you're the man, Jerry.
Yeah. Nice. How much did you get out of her? I mean, not cash, right? Just like percentage.
65%.
Oh my gosh. Incredible, man.
Wow.
I was up to like 40, almost 50, I think. I put a trail stop on it. I could have got more out of it, man, but as much as I was up, I'm not gonna play. I'm up 7% on Tesla right now. God's good, man. There's so many times that stuff happens that's just not me. It's just not me. I'll tell you all the story here in a second. Let me get this thing organized here. I still do service calls and stuff like that. I'm up 5%. But I still do service calls and stuff like that. Let's see what we got out of there. All righty, I'll take that test. Thank you very much. I do service calls. So yesterday, I had a call for a leak I had to go look at and repair it. And the leak was, they already had 3 plumbers go out. In the last 10 years, I do service calls. I've been doing it strictly for 4 years now. It pays so good, I can be in and out in just a few hours. But I told my son, I said, watch this. I said,
About that.
we're gonna go out here and guys and lead us straight to this thing. And now there's already been 3 or 4 plumbers out there looking for days and days. We get out and then, you know, we look at the line. It's like, you know, from the street to the house is probably, you know, a 1/10 of a mile. We walk up the thing, walk back in the woods like 20 feet, like there should be no water lines in there. And then we just go straight to it. Straight to it. Crazy, man. There's just, you know, when so many things fall into place, it's not luck anymore. I know some people don't believe in God, so that's fine, but I mean, there's something to it. It's not me.
Hey, Jerry.
Yep.
And I heard you say you were a GC, man. How you dealing with all these materials price increases these days?
Oh, it's crazy. The good thing is I got a friend that owns a lumber mill.
Oh,
There's a
wow.
yard, there's a lumber yard up probably about 20 miles away from me. And I'll tell you this, there's no shortage of lumber. There's no shortage of wood. They're a monopoly, man. You know how they do diamonds, right? So diamonds are very abundant. They're just as abundant as coal, really. Well, maybe not that abundant, but what they do is they limit how much goes to the market so they can increase the price. And the same thing is doing with Lowe's and Home Depot. They're just restricting the flow. I mean, the lumber yards are just packed. But yeah, I've got wood I store. Dude, I probably got 100 sheets of OSB. I'm thinking about selling it. It's like $50 a sheet. There goes Tesla. I'm out of Tesla, guys, but I'll probably get back in it here. I know it's gonna feel. Yeah, lumber price crazy. Target on Tesla if you're still short here. 606.34. 606.34.
I'm working on a rehab right now, and it took us, I mean, we delayed like 4 weeks just waiting for lumber.
That's ridiculous, ain't it, man? I'm telling you what, they need armed security now for these loads.
Yeah, they stole our OSB right out the back of the house while we were working on the house.
I believe it. I believe it. That's ridiculous. I mean, like, you know, I've built houses for 10 years and, you know, we can build a house in a week, but the way they do now, like you go give a price on a deck or something like that, and, you know, you tell them 15,000, they look at you like you're crazy. You know, where the labor's not that much, but it's the material. I mean, you can't, I mean, the materials kill you or kill the homeowner. They don't kill me, but it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You know, and there's no reason for it. There's no shortage of lumber at all. Yeah. So, you know, I built houses and stuff for so long, and I got a license at plumbing, electrical, HVAC and stuff too. I got a Class A CDL. I got a general contractor license for residential, like commercial. I mean, I do all kinds of shit. I do all kinds of stuff. But service call is where it's at, man. I can go change the hot water heater out in less than, I can change that in 30 minutes. It takes longer to go get the part and drain the tank and install it. Make $1,200 just for labor. Yeah, I could pick and choose what I want. It wasn't always like that. Tesla coming on down here. Now look, Tesla breaks this low here. Target's 586. First target's 600. And Tesla's being really smooth today. It's not choppy or nothing. So if I get a chance to get back in, I will. Here comes Piton. Piton's being a pain in the butt. It's chopping on up there.
Anybody jumping Clove? Can you look at Clove for me?
Yep.
Please. Oh.
That Amazon call, man, is crazy.
Yeah, I missed that, man. I'm a catch the next.
Clove's looking really good here, man. It's just extended. You need a pullback to get in it.
No,
I'm
I'm in
thing
it.
earlier.
Yeah,
oh,
no,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got in it when I asked you earlier to pull back a little bit. I'm at, it's like 7 something, so I'm up. Like
she's looking good, but she's extended. She's gonna need a pullback. If it gets a pullback, it can come back as far as 19.
Okay. What do you think the target is? I can't really.
Oh man. Target? I don't know. We can get you. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. There's no reference.
Exactly.
We could do some kind of fib levels, I guess. Let's see here. I'll show you. We could do this. Fibs are pretty good, but you gotta know how to use them.
Okay.
That's why I don't like bringing them up that much. Mhm. I don't really get up anymore. I used to use them all the time. Mhm. There we go. Target 2445.
For what it's worth, Clove is dominating the Reddit sentiment today too.
Is it? Oh, so first target 2445, my friend. Looks like it's gonna hit it too. So yeah, when they're pumped by Reddit and stuff like that, there's really no rhyme or reason to anything. Yeah, 2445.
They got BBBY going again too.
Yeah, AMC's hanging up there. Tesla hit target. I should have stayed in there a little bit longer. I'm just not gonna be greedy. I'm up today. Quite a bit.
Terry, just go home. Go home.
And on the good days when you gotta stay. I'm fixing to go to the house though. Just a second. I gotta call me an Uber. I gotta get an Uber so I go down the hallway.
It's the way to do it. BBBY might go up a few more dollars too.
Shit, close gonna get to target 2425 is target. And it's about there. Well, I tell you what, you do something good there. Just don't give any back.
No, yeah, if it hits once it gets up there, I'm out.
If it hits 24 here, it could go to 25 pretty easy.
I might
Especially
add.
on these small ones. Oh, so it's gonna hit 25.
Yeah, I see it. Wow. Moving. Look who somebody should have got it. Somebody better get in BBBY. I just stopped it now too. That thing about to go. I think it's gonna go to like 42 at least. Oh, it's pulling back a little bit now. Oh, no, it's going.
Oh, dude. Target 45, yeah. My goodness. That's valuable. Oh yeah, 45. So it found a bottom. It's just TTO right here coming right back up. I bet they're expensive though. Yeah.
Not that expensive.
Ain't too bad. Too bad. Here's the thing, you can't get in it right this second. You can't get in it. You get hurt.
Yeah.
First of all, premiums skyrocket because look, there's people chasing it, and the people selling these things are getting whatever, they're getting top dollar for them. So as soon as you get in, you could be down $80 instantly. You could be down instantly. Big time's a choppy mess.
Clovers touching 85. She wants 85. She gives me 100%. I am gonna love that.
25, yeah, and 25 will bring 26. The stack numbers are very important to smaller tickers, guys. The whole numbers are very important. All right, let's go to 10% scan here. Game's up there. So game is up, consolidate, made a higher high here, it's chopping back down. So it's ranging, but it's still standing. Making some good calls today, guys. Let's talk to the Microsoft. Lemonade's looking good. We got some consolidation at the top. Race 108 should be long. Beautiful extend on the weekly though. It had a small pullback at the beginning right here on that wick. So let me show you. You see a lot of green candles and stuff like that. You get, you think exhaustion risk, but you got to look deeper into it. So it comes down, pulls up. Just a bit of wick right here. Pull back. It comes up on this wick, or it comes up solid green candle. It wicks out at the top, pulls back on this wick. Okay. And it comes up, wicks out again on this candle, pulls right back on that wick. So those are pullbacks. You just got to connect the dots on. So hammer
Like this.
is a very powerful candle because it's got so much stuff going on. Holy shit, Tesla. There's so much stuff going in on it. We'll talk about hammers. We'll talk about threes too. They're very powerful. there's a lot going in on them. There's stuff, I mean, there's so many signals there. This is just beautiful. Hit first target here. Next target's gonna be 600. Coming right out. Wait on a pullback. I'll get back into this one here. I just ain't gonna get it without a pullback though, because I'll be chasing it. We don't chase them. Yep, we don't chase them. All right, let's take a look at some 10% speed. Okay? Close up there. Of course, we know it's moving. Pulling back there. Oh, it's aggressive pullback.
Yeah.
It needs to hold. Well, here's the thing. If you let it go back, it just ran $5. You could be giving up $4 there. Be careful. I won't get back in. EH, our fix is rolling. It's pushing down, it's rolling over, it's slowing down. Inside 60 here. There's that, they always like to feel about 50%, 50 to 60%. Just say 50 as a reference. 50% usually for rolling back up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mark top that candle, 65.79, in case it starts to roll back up and go to all-time highs, we'll know about it. Now there's enough room in here to play this thing. There's $5 here. So if it starts to come up, we'll know about it here, and our target will be 69. We'll write it up to the stop. So I'm not always taking all-time high breaks. Sometimes I will run it back through range. We got a lot of these new IPOs that are ticking over right now. A lot of them. Work, space. I saw those last night. Just looking. What broke new highs. So guys, if in the evening time, I know a lot of y'all look through tickers, and that's good practice. Look at stuff breaking the day's highs. You'll find some good tickers in that list. And I've got a scan, I'll share it. Yeah. I don't know if it's different than others. I know I put some stuff in there that's different, but it finds up some really good stuff.
Jerry, Roku 312 30 minutes.
Roku, all right. Thank you, sir. Roku, yeah, down. Oh yeah, I can see 333. Let's take a look at the higher time frames. You always want confirmation. Right now it's kind of choppy a little bit. It's smack dab in the middle of range. Could come down though. 2 up, 2 down. Could be a pullback though. We gotta be careful. But of course we can play pullbacks. We can play pullbacks. Wants to roll over. He wants to continuation on the 15. Look pretty low. I'd really like to see it break 337. Take it short.
Right.
The reason being, I'll show you on the.
You think it's just a pullback?
On the higher time frames, yeah.
Okay.
But let me show you on the 60 here. If it breaks, if you're in it, if it breaks this level, I'm not saying it can't go lower. It can go a lot lower. There's resistance stacked up right here at 336. See these candle wicks here?
Yep.
All that's touching right across there. So it's touched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now. There's a lot of support there. If it breaks, so that's gonna be your first target, 336.70. If it breaks that, then I mean it can come all the way to 325.
No, I'm not in it. I was just calling it out for you to see.
Oh yeah. So I'll send an alert there if it breaks that. But look at taking it long. And also we can set one at the top of 341 too. Take it long.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome, sir.
This is right.
What's going on there?
What happened?
Docu, that's ugly. I think T trying to down 2 up, just too choppy.
2, 563, 559.
That's off 606. Good job, man. Yeah, I knew Tesla come on down there. I scrapped Tesla twice. I knew it would come down. Tesla loves them gap fills. Love it. And look here, Tesla too. Here's another thing. If it gaps up, it's going to gut fill. If it gaps down, it'll gap fill up. It don't mean it won't puke afterwards. It can. That's like Tesla here. Tesla can 2-2 right now and go right to the moon. So
Damn
every
it.
on Tesla, we see it starting to curl over. When it starts to curl like that, so we got, it's pretty steep here, and then it starts to curl a
GM, what
little bit.
the fuck is going on? Ugh, I'm hungry.
Your mic's open.
Fuck.
There we go. What just happened to mute you? All right. So because it's slowing down a bit, doesn't mean it won't keep going. It can. Let's say target 600. I like to see a bounce here and push higher. Amazon still choppy chop at the top.
Boeing's making higher highs the last 30 minutes.
Take a look at that one for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I looked at that one last night too. It's got some move. So yeah, so BA's long target 256.33 right off the bat. It's coming up there. Kind of stuck inside on the week. Break that weekly and come on up though. That 260.63 level, that's a major resistance level there. Tell you what, if it breaks it though, it'll come on up to 278. Keep an eye on that. Hammer on the 4 hour. I just went from red to green. We will get the 2-1-2 reversal here. So BA is making some moves. Looks like it's going to push out through 256. Nice, thank you. All right, Amazon. Amazon right now it's stuck inside. Inside. Let me show you. So it's sitting on top of here. All this is inside. And there's a 2 right here. A 2-1. As soon as it works 32.64, it's a 2 to me. Well, you can see it right here. 162, 1. You want that, and that's a measured move right there too. You got to be able to compound these bars in your mind, and you can do it. And once you get it, you cannot undo it. So I got a bicycle. Everything you see will be a 2-1-2. Everything. Compound, man, it's powerful. Now the reason I wait to 32.64 is because when it comes up, it's a double top. So it can do one of 3 things when it comes across here. You shoot straight through it. For the moon, it can come up, bounce, pull back, and then go through. Or it can bounce and then reverse. It can reverse it going back through. Or we know it's ranging here, right? What it can do is it come up and hit 32.64 and then go right back to range. It can just come back ranging, right? And start chopping. That's why you want that clear break. Right? Now you could take the run up to it, but then it could hit and then you're being chopped up. And it's such a big range here. It don't look like it. There's a lot of money in that range. We ate up. So inside bars, we will trade a compound inside bar, but an inside bar on the lower time frame, you got to be real careful. You want to be outside of that. You want to be outside. And I'm going forward style. Down cat, 40. Oh, it sure did. I missed that break. Hell, boy. I missed it. I didn't realize I broke it. Yeah. Or no? Okay. No, I didn't break it yet. Yeah. I'm scared to play that. As long as that's inside there, I'm scared to play it. I mean, you can't scalp it. If it bounced here, target be 32.64. I want to see it break outside that though. You go to the moon. This 212 reversal, and individual candles. Tractor Supply, bullish, but it made a lower high. Piton, oh man. Piton's coming up there, but dude, Piton is ugly. Piton is, I mean, it'd probably be good for a swing, but sitting here looking at it, it's ugly. So here, it looks
Jerry,
really good on that.
NVIDIA is trying again. It's going up.
The video, oh yeah, 2 up. The Peacon's supposed to be long here, but man, if you look on the 15, all those wicks, threes, and dojis, and hammers, it's ugly. It's ugly. So you have to set it. The Pecan, you have to set it and forget it. Oh yeah, the video breaking right now. I'm watching that too. It's so strong, dude. You just, you can't kill in the video. Chop and it's stuck. It's inside this compound, but there's enough range to trade it. So the video would be long right this second. Target would be 702. 702. 80. You really need to pull back in at well, just like in the video yesterday, it popped down there. Oh yeah, I took the profits on it earlier, but yesterday it popped down. See right here, it caught a base and then it continued to upturn the rest of the day. Strong. Probably back up there. Oh yeah, Tractor Supply. I've been watching. I got Tractor Supply Company on my radar over here, my big screen. It looks really good on the upper time frames as far as a possible swing. No idea. It's strong though. Actually, yeah, it's chopping sideways here into clear break. I want to say at least 153, 257 or 183 out of it. It's chopping sideways here. I'm just looking at ways to get in these things a bit earlier for swings. AMC's 212 down 30. Amazon ranging, making lower highs here. Supply. Yeah, I'm not going to take supply. It's not a perfect setup. This is a 2-1 scan here. EH trying to triangle the out right here on the 5 and 15. Dude, EH got room at 130. And it's moving. Going to up monthly. 40. All right, so EH breaks 40 here to be long. So it pushed up, based here, came up, pulled back, pushed up, pulled back, trying to push up right now, like TPO. It's run out of steam because the pullbacks are getting deeper. All right, let's look, 'cause I'm looking at getting a Tesla here. You got to pull back here slightly. On a 15er. So I might mark Tesla. I mean, it came and filled that gap to almost to the tick. Where? And we're gonna put one above it here too. I'm watching it, but just in case my eyes are somewhere else. Video going back. Novak's is trying to come up. It just chopped. Okay, Amazon. Yeah. Amazon's trying to do something here. Get it ready. Yeah. Don't you be doing it. Yeah, Amazon is a break 33.64 here. This is a measured move. It's it's $40. That's a $40 measured move. All right, so target would be 32.95. Will it get there today? Could. No. You want a clear break. What time is it? 10:52.
Hey, Jerry, keep an eye on low. Right
Low?
now, yeah, low, when it breaks that 60 candle high, I think this thing can go.
Yeah. All right, Tesla's short here. Tesla's short. See what she do. I still like to see 600 at Tesla. There's a measure move on it on a 60. Let's get target on 69, 22, 23, 13, 14. Let's see. 676 is target on Tesla. 2% already. Take it. Take it. Give me $4 right there. Okay. Put me a limit on it. Up 4% on Tesla. Ready to come on back down. Let's come back down. Choppy, chop, chop. Amazon trying. It's up 2.6%. There she go. Managing my Tesla. See what she does. Video boy, here she comes. We're running fullbacks. Never chase. Up 4.2% Tesla. Let's go. Up 7% on Tesla. Let's go. Let's go. whoa. I'm gonna give you a big shooter down, boys. Come on, Tesla. Get my 600. Give me my money. Attitude Tesla. My attitude Tesla. Vix is helping that a little bit.
Like that Jerry Maguire show, show me the money.
Show me the money. If I had shit here, I'd throw it and break it. I'm gonna give you some napkins. I won't tear nothing up too bad. Give me my $600, dude. And look, you don't have to touch it. It can get close. It can act as support here, so we gotta be careful with it. That's 600 of them. It could shoot straight through. If it shoots straight through it, target 582. It needs a pullback. This is gonna need a pullback. I'm talking about a green bar. Pretty soon. Up 13.8%. Tesla. I do got a limit stuff. I'm managing on it. I'm not in the mood to give any back. I know it needs a green candle. Up 16%. The video come on down. I see a bunch of lower highs. What a day, man. What a day. She. Hey, what? Today's such a good day. I got a daily go. I had my daily go on this, my son's account. So I got a couple of different. I got an IRA account, my account, another account, and another account, and I got it set up pretty good for him. I got two boys. Try to build one up, a smaller account, and then give it to him. So I'm managing multiple accounts.
You're awesome in multitasking there, Jerry.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so you can build a small account. Like literally, you can start with, I mean, the more money you can start with, the better. But you know, $1,000 to build it. You can build it pretty quick. You can build it pretty quick.
I stopped waiting for pullbacks, Jerry. I just get out and then get back in again, like you say.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah, just keep a good tight stop on it. That's the thing. You know, when I first started trading, I had a smaller account, and you know, sometimes when you first get in, there's that first TTO, and when that TTOs, you can be red before it goes back green, because you know everything I get in is green almost instantly. So you go from green back to red, hoping it TTOs, and sometimes it TTOs and it just keeps going lower and lower and lower. So now you went from green to red. So now I'm green. I just take it. You know, my account, you know, I'll give it room, but on any small account, if I see green, I'm gonna just put a trail stop and let it go as far as it go, or I'll put a limit stop. All right. So the stop locks in profits, and the limit gives it room to go. And I'll actively manage it. So I'll move the stop up. You know, I might keep the limit the same, or if it's moving pretty strong, I'll move the limit up. But you never, especially with a small account, never give money back ever, ever.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Even if you have a larger account, right? Because really, if you have a larger account, it's even better because now you got less risk. Because, like you said, you don't have to do it. You don't have to wait on a pullback. You know, you can buy a few contracts, let it go up 10%, take your profit. Next pullback, you get in, and then the same thing. You take your money, and then the next pullback, you do the same thing. Just repeat. There's less risk with more money. Period. There just is. But you don't need a $10 move.
Yeah, you said that last week, Jerry, that when the market's choppy like this, just take your profits when you can. So that's what I've been doing. I've been doing well.
Well,
Thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome, my friend. I'm glad. Look, I want everybody to succeed. Look, I want everybody, at the end of the day, I want everybody to be better than me. Like, I want everybody to be better than me. That's my end goal. Sir, stop AMD, AMC's shopping. Costco's trying to, but it's been in a pretty good downtrend here lately. Amazon's at the top. It made a lower high. So let's look at Amazon real quick. Hang on. All right, here's that green bar we need on Amazon. And on top of that, it's sitting right here on top of this 1530 pivot. These pivots act as support resistance, and there's no denying it. There's no denying it, Marshall, clearly. But let me show you, there's a few different things going on here. You got pivot here. All right, so this thing can come up, pull down. It could bounce and go back up. You know, I'd love for it to bounce right here. Here's why. It takes out this stop, this stop, this stop, this stop, this stop, this stop. Pivot machine gun. All right, pivot machine gun comes up through there, it takes out stops. And for shorts to close, they've got a sale, and that sells into strength, pushes up even more, even quicker. So say they start taking these stops out, right? This could be one huge candle. It could take all these stops out. It could literally take all these stops out in an hour. And that's how you get the big green candles. And it happens, not only does it happen on the low time, but it happens on the 4 hour, the daily, the weekly. You'll see a weak candle take out several weeks of stops in 1 week. It's crazy. It happens. So when I say it can happen, it can happen. I mean, I've seen it. It happens all the time. All right. So we want to see it hold support here. All right. It don't have to. So it don't matter to me what it does. Frankly, if it holds support and bounce, I'm looking to take it long. If it shorts through this level here, guess what? I'm going to take it short. Here's my target, 582. As it comes this range, it'll go right back in range. See how it ranged here? All this range. So it broke out, gapped up. Now it wants to come back in range. This is the price. This level here is the price where people are the happiest paying for this ticker. And that's all it is to it. They're happy. Buyers, sellers are happy giving this price for them. Yep. That's all it is. All it is. It could bounce there. The reason being, it traded this range for a while. Broke out, come back, retest. Here's a breakout. All right, we always put a breakout. The retest. Oh man. Let me tell you about the retest. From here to here, it's $25. The next move is going to be $25. So that's $625 to here. I'm not sure exactly, but the next car is going to be $650. All right. The next move is always twice the first. It's a measured move. Okay. So if it bounces here and goes back up, target's going to be twice this move here. It'll be a swing. But, you know, we don't try to guess. We just play what's in front of us. If it breaks through here, target's 582, and it's just that easy. Just that simple. Just that simple. Now it could do something else there too. It's like chess. You gotta know all the possibilities. Come back. It could bounce there and then shoot back up. It could break through support, and then it could come down and go straight to the bottom here. It could break through, come back up, retest, which would be ideal. All right, then it tells you, hey, we can't take it higher. We're gonna go lower. And just like if it bounces here, it breaks through, it bounces, it chop here, and it is saying we can't go lower, we gotta go higher. We can't take it lower, then it's only got one direction, that's up. Confirmation, and then it goes to confidence. Yeah, I got me on the screen now, boy. I'm prepared. I see all kinds of stuff. NASDAQ coming down at the bottom of the F. Thank you there. Overstock. Let's take a look at overstock right there. Still watching Amazon. That's the thing about these screens, these multiple screens. I don't need a scan. I put the best of the best of the best. Or if something looks good for today, I'll put it up on the screen. I can watch it instantly. Today I've got NVIDIA, Tesla, AMC, Tosh, Nolex, Amazon, Lockheed Martin. Of course, I've got QQQ Spy and VIX. Then I have Beyond, Tractor Supply, LRCX, Microsoft, Docu, Pecan, and Unix. Those are the ones that I'm watching today. Overstock's bouncing off support right here on the corner, which is a double bottom. It's coming up slowly, kind of chopping, kind of wicky, doji on the week, which is basically indecision. It is holding this pivot high here, which is a good sign. Can't go low, it's got to go higher. Coming down the day. Right now, the lower time frames might be look better on Overstock. Here's what I see. I see a big compound one right here, a choppy one. That's all I see. So this is a 2 inside. Holding pivot high, so it could go higher. Yep, it will go higher. I don't know when. Right now it's chopping sideways. And, you know, there might be, that's not to say you can't get on the lower time frame and trade it, you can. Right now it's based on this 5 minute, which held a double bottom here. So if it holds, then it can pivot machine gun. Let me show you. So it hit the bottom here, hit the bottom here. All right. So basically it's saying, hey, we can't take it lower, we're gonna go back up. Now it's ranging here, but you can trade the range. All right. Range. This is a compound one here. This right here is a 1. Why is it a 1? It's a range. It's consolidation. It's a rest. There's a 2-1. All right. You can go 2-1-2 reversal, or you can do a 2-1-2 continuation. Now, it's chopping sideways here. All right, which is a 1. You can see it right here on the 60. It double bottom here. All right. So now it can come right back up to here. So you could take it long here, target being right here. All right. If it breaks that target, your target next target here, 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 here. And you know, we have these sub ones inside of the larger ones, So first target at the top of the inside, next target is the top of this inside, and then it's going up. So disconnect the resistance, and it can break through. And each time it breaks through a level, you get a bump. Breaks through this level, you get a bump.
Jerry, fastly about to break the high of day. FSLY.
Thank you, sir.
Good volume too.
Yes, but volume is very important. Yeah, the Rob, he talks about, oh, here, shit, Amazon's coming up too. They talk about volume's not important. It's absolutely important. So here's a 2-1-2. Fast is long right this second. Yeah, good job, man. Shit. Good job. Coming up, this big red candle on the weekly. Your first target's going to be pivot low, 57.82, and then 64. All right, beautiful.
I learned from you, Jerry.
Great job, man. Measured move candle on the 60. Look at that. Big old measured move. That's $4. Target going to be 58. Amazon's trying to break right now. Amazon might be breaking. Yeah, so Amazon's long right now. Right now. Keep a tight stop on it. We want to make sure it's not a false break. So if you're not in it, just give it a second. We don't want to pull back in range here. So here's what I mean. So on the breaks, especially around lunch, they fail. We know that they fail about 80% of the time. All right. So I didn't get in it yet, but I'm ready to. Let me bring this up right quick. So so first thing in the morning before 11 o'clock, 11:30, I would take this instantly. But I know after lunch or around lunch that they fail a lot of the times. let me draw this. You gotta see this in your mind. I'm gonna draw it so you can see what I'm saying. Price can expand like this, all right? Expand just like this right here on top of that pivot. These pivots, they also mark Brownian formations. All right. Now, can it come up here, break down, pull back, and then come right through? It can. On the next break, we're still going to be looking to take it on the break of this high here, right there. But this time, we're going to give it a little bit more. And probably wait till 32.6750. Right. So when I say something, I want to say that, I want to make it clear. When especially around lunch, anytime around lunch, 11, if I say long, okay, it takes me a few seconds. When I say long, I'm still having to put in the ticker and pull up the option contract and send it to the active trader. All right, so when I call long, it still takes me about 5 or 6 seconds to get in. So before I hit send, I'm going to look back, okay? I'm going to look back at the screen. I want to see a solid bar popping up over this. I don't want to see any wicks. So if I go to enter and all of a sudden it pulls back and it's got a wick on it, a small wick, I don't care how big. If it's got any wick on it, I'm not going to hit it. I'm not going to send it. Okay? I want to make that absolutely clear. I don't want you in something that I didn't go in on. Also, if you want to be on the safe side, and I call long on a break or something, if you want to wait until it pushes up and you get that first pullback and then it goes long, you can enter on the first pullback. All right. And that just gives you more confidence that it's going to run. Or you can do it that way, or you can wait till it pushes up and breaks. You can wait on a retest. Now, you might not always get a retest, but if you do, you can be very confident that it's going to push. Again, wait till it breaks this high before the pullback. So this high, it's going to be a high right at the pullback. All right, so I want to make that clear. And also, when I say enter, that's just, that's what I do. I'm not giving you any kind of trading advice. I just want to put that out there for legal reasons. This is what I do, and when I do it, and I'm not really telling you to enter, but if you do, that's just what to look for. Okay?
Basically, Jerry's just giving you what he's doing. He's not giving recommendations to go do it.
Yeah.
Did you get an Amazon on that big green candle there, Jerry? I didn't watch earlier.
Yeah. Let me show you. Fiverr here. Show you where we click it long at. Probably want to make a timestamp of this. All right, so Amazon came up and gapped up this morning. Ran up. We didn't take that initial gap up here. It consolidated right here in this range. As soon as it broke this high right here, took it long. Okay. So then it goes up to here. Once it gets to about here, I put a trail stop on it. I think it was a nickel. Might have been 10 cents. It wasn't much. And it came up and it pulled right back. So, when something runs that much, there's exhaustion risk. And that's why you're not greedy.
Holy Toledo, the VIX just went big time up.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's going to bring SPY down with it.
Yeah, SPY dropped.
Yeah. NP.
Yeah, Facebook and Roku all dropped right whenever the SPY dropped hard.
I think SPY most likely is going to be an outside day. It's not too far away.
Piton Pew. Lockheed Martin. Here's
was there any news that came out why the market reversed so hard?
No, but here's what I think. I think they're doing that to shake out weekends, and after lunch, it's going to go right back down. They'll probably go right back down. They're dirty, man. I'm telling you, they're dirty. They don't play fair.
Yeah, they don't like gap. They don't like gap up, so they weren't prepared, so they're screwing you.
That's right. Amazon pushing. Yeah, Amazon, it broke their airfield. It's just expanded. Wow, wow. So I want to make it clear, if I enter something, before I hit the send, I'm looking for it to be a solid red bar. You know, so when it enters, it takes me about 5 or 6 seconds to get in. I'm looking for that wick. I want a solid bar. Yeah, so anybody, if you're short anything, when the VIX does go up like that, it just makes anything puke and go that much further. So like Tesla's been puking all day. VIX comes up, Tesla goes lower. Here's your first TTO here. Tesla's short right now, not in it. Tesla is short. Tesla is short. And it's breaking through that pivot high, so target's really 582. Tesla short here, guys. Up 3%. Beyond peaking. And also too, here's another tip. Market is puking, go to FTC red. Anything that's been puking is going to puke even more. Dash is one of the biggest ones puking. Well, no, SI. SI has puked $9. You see TTO is trying to come right back down. It could say $79. Ugly on a month. Flat. Dash. Dash puking. Target on that's going to be its lows 134. Got a big shoe on the 5. Yeah, so VIX pulls up. Look for stuff that's already puking. All right, DQ is breaking 5-minute consolidation here. It's choppy though. Beyond's dying. Beyond's dying here. It's got room to 140. So Beyond's short right now. The thing is, VIX could pull back and take your money right now.
You know, Jerry, when you look at tick cumulative, it's not really showing that they're really selling much.
I know, I think they're doing it just to shake people out. That's what I'm thinking. What do you think? Oh shit, Tesla's up 8%.
Yeah.
I'll keep on. Oh shit, there goes Amazon. Amazon, if it breaks consolidation here, be short. You come right back down that big green candle. Here's the thing, VIX will pull back just as quick as it went up here. So you better, if you're in the money going short on something, you better tighten it up. Yeah, they're dirty, boy. They're dirty. So if you're long on something that pulls back that hard, you're going to take your profits, right? And then what they do is they'll pull it right back down, and then they'll go right back up the same direction you intended to go. They do dirty stuff, man. Microsoft's coming down. It could reach 253 here and bounce.
Yep, we just did an outside day on the on SPY.
NVDA, nice. NVIDIA puking. NVIDIA low a day. I still think NVIDIA's going to go. I still think NVIDIA's going to come back. It could come back to 648 if it wants to, people. NVIDIA's short right now. Target 687. Tesla up 15%. I'm gonna go ahead and put a trail stop. I know what VIX can do. They're dirty. They're just dirty.
Apple's almost filling its gap.
Tesla at 20%. Cost puking here. Yeah,
Roku's doing a PMG on the 15.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Sam. Costing 376 here.
Maybe if they're going for that gap fill on SPY on Friday.
It could be, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so they'll probably reverse this thing right around 420.
Cost is short here, guys. Start at 376. At a Tesla. Out of Tesla. Tell you what, cost is chopping right now inside of a range between 371 and 390. If it ever breaks 389, 390, you should be on now. Remember, the longer consolidation, the bigger the break. Been trying to break this range for almost a year. Almost a year. AMC puke. Oh. Lockheed Martin puking. Amazon broke down there. It broke out of consolidation to the downside. See right here. It broke at 32.47. Target was going to be, I didn't get in, I didn't have time. 32.36. Pull back already. Go for another run now. Watch VIX pulling back a little bit. This stuff will come right back up. Lockheed Martin puking. Lockheed Martin's got run at 382. So extended. Here's your first sign of reversal right here on the 4 hour. Push up, pull back, push down. 380. So reversals, we always want that confirmation. We need that first pullback direction that we want to go. Always. SPY short push, 35, all that SPY, 8%. Great job. If stuff is moving really quickly, I use a penny. I use 0.01. Yeah, sure do. Yeah. And the reason being is when it's just puking or just ripping, use a tight stop. I do, and I catch a gamma spike. Yeah, not every single time with a trail stop, but a lot of times you'll catch a spike. It'll be 25, 30 bucks. Because imagine this: price is pushing up, and all of a sudden, it's just ripping. All of a sudden, it pulls back 1 cent. You're going to catch it right at the top before it pulls back. You're catching the very top for the pullback. It don't mean you can't keep going after you're stopped out. It can. It just means that you're, getting as much as you can. In case it does decide to puke. I'll go and put the cost up 4% here. 1 cent. Sometimes I'll give it more. I don't want to give much back. It depends how far I'm in the money and how volatile the ticker is. Yeah. Depends, my friend. Cost up 7%. Targeting 376 on cost. It breaks this right here. It needs to. I'll definitely see 376. Thank you, on. If it breaks that, I see a nice flush. It takes the stops out. If it's pulling back, everything else is pulling back with it. Let's see what I got. Boy, you're the man. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Perspective retest. I mean, anything all back down. I like to see. Let's see what the higher time frame looks like. Beautiful. 212 monthly. Yeah, 60. Back. I'm going to put alert right on the top of this big red candle, 149.60 on IBM. Because it could base here and come back up. Oh yeah, Apple did get filled. Damn, Corey, you killed it both ways, my friend. Yeah, I made money off your Apple call this morning, Corey. So then,
I think that's why you're from Tennessee. You know, Jerry, you do country western best.
Country Western.
Watch Apple now. It's on the 30-minute pivot. It might bounce from there. Might.
Nice. Lockheed Martin still going. FedEx, phew. Once FedEx broke through that pivot, it's gonna try to, it can go back down. FedEx can come all the way back down to 234 if it wants to. First target is 294. And there's a pullback on the daily. It's in the downtrend. It's reversing. FedEx. Ooh. FedEx is in trouble. AI. Yeah, AI was a beast a while back. AI, man.
But you know, Jerry, if you look at tick cumulative, you don't see it.
There's nothing there. There's no indications.
Yeah, it's like, I think they're tricking.
There. Yeah, there's a divergence going on. Lockheed Martin still puking, guys. I wonder why that is, Corey. What do you think? What's your take on it?
I don't know, but I might get me some, you know, once I see a little bit of a bottom, some SPY Friday calls.
Taking out the base and coming back to the top, right?
Yep. Country Western.
Hey, Corey, what's tick cumulative again?
I'll let Jerry answer. Jerry?
It's basically advanced decline. So the most, you know how Rob's always talking about, if I could just know the most 2 ups and 2 downs, I would know the overall trend of the market. And what it is tick cumulative is, well, Corey can explain it better, but it's basically average starting from the beginning of the day. And
it's basically taking Jerry's tick that he has right there on his 30 minutes.
Yep.
And it accumulates it. So that throughout the day, it starts off at 0, accumulates it. And you can tell, and what it does, it tells you how many stocks they're buying up or down on the down tick. Like Jerry's 30-minute, he just clicked it, but whatever it was showing, if it said 40, what does it say right there? 289 stocks more are being bought on the uptick than they are on the downtick, right? But I have it on a cumulative basis, right? It accumulates it for the day.
Right.
And start seeing it hovering around 0. I'm not seeing all the selling that the market's showing, right? So they're buying right now.
Gotcha. So okay, gotcha. So you don't understand why everything is going down.
Exactly. So you know they're hiding their trade somehow.
Yep.
On it, because I'm not seeing it. I would see a big flush on tick cumulative on on an aggregate basis that it should be super negative, and it's not.
Gotcha. Thanks, Corey.
However, if you really look at it, QQQ, we're only down 0.24%. I mean, it seems bigger that on the high beta stocks. SPY, you're only down, 0.26%.
Put it up there. Got that set on the other screen over there. Yeah, see, SPY's ranging between 404 and 423. It's flat top. If you look right here on the daily, it's been ranging for a few weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 weeks, 6, 7 weeks. So right here, all this is a compound 1 on Tesla, and it extends really from here all the way back to here. And this is a 2. All this is 1. The only thing that separates these patterns is time. It's different time aggregations. Over time, the quicker it moves. That's all it is. All right, separates it. Right now, SPY is in a range. It's just choppy, and that's why you can't hardly trade Tesla. It's not moving that much, and I mean, you can trade it. You can definitely scalp it during the day without no problem. But it's, for swings and stuff like that, you really need it to make some bigger moves.
Hey, Corey, when you and I were talking last week, there was that tick cumulative from Shadow Trader. I found another one that gives you, like, it plots in a line graph many different, I guess, indexes, and shows you the tick cumulative for each one of the indexes. I just posted it in the chat here. It's pretty awesome. I mean, it gives you one glance. It shows you exactly where everything is, and
Cool.
so if you want to take a look at that, and anybody else who wants to take a look at it.
Thank you, Tim.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So do you use that type of a stop on your initial entry? No. So when I first get in something, I don't use a stop. And if you're new to trading, you should probably always enter with a stop, a limit stop or something. And, that way you're protected. Me, I use a mental stop and I hold to it. My stop's going to be based on actual price of the ticker. The reason being because when I first enter, there's so much volatility, a quick 10-cent drop could stop me out instantly. So I give it room. As I get in the money, I'll set a stop on it, or a limit stop usually. Or if there's, especially in the first 30 minutes of the day, I might use a really tight trail stop. It's usually a penny. All right. And then, so later in the day, things slow down a bit, then I get in a ticker. And if it starts to go down, then I'll set a hard stop at a price I'm comfortable losing. And I'll usually do a trail stop, and I'll adjust it as I go up. But, I'm looking for the bigger move, so I'm going to give it a little bit of room, not much. And then after I get in the money, say I'm in the money, I'll use a limit stop. So my stop is usually going to be right at break even, just a little bit above it in case there's a fluctuation. I'll stay at least around break even. But yeah, I usually really try stop. And then Shane says, do you use the same approach on longer term trading, holding, or you stick with day trading? Oh yeah. Same approach happens on swing trades. Yeah, it's just slower aggregation. But the same thing applies. I don't swing much because there's a lot of stuff that you can't control. I mean, news and the volatility. I mean, so much stuff can happen after hours and weekends. But it'd be the same principles. So basically, just consolidation breaks. And you can really stick to pivots. Of course, you want to make sure that the month and the week's in a pretty nice uptrend, like SPY. SPY looks really good on the month and the week, right? Of course, it's inside range right now. So say the ticker look like this, doesn't matter the name of it, all the patterns are the same. What you do is set a stop on the top of this pivot or an alert, and then when it breaks it, you take it long, you can swing it. If price is in a range like SPY and it comes back down, and you've seen that it's touched twice at 403 on pivot low, and it's bounced, and now it's touching it again, but it's expanded a little bit. So say, because on these pivot lows, price they do expand on it. So say it wicks down a little bit, you could take it long on the indication that it's starting to wick out, like form a hammer, and bounce off that. And your target's going to be the top of the pivot high, right? So a range or compound inside bar is nothing more than a consolidation, a rest, or a range is all it is. Just a range. And as long as there's no movement inside this, there's $20 in here, roughly 15. You can trade it. Some will be $50, some will be $200 range. Some will be dollars. And if it's a $3 range, then just stay away from it. You know, you always have to figure in your risk to reward. You know, if you're risking, you know, $75 to make 50, then of course it's not really good. You want to at least have, I mean, I like 2-to-1 or 4-to-1 really. Tesla's inside right now, could be trying to go 2-1-2 down. AMC hit 2 down, 2 up, Nvidia inside. Like I mean, Martin down. Costco trying to go down again. Same approach. Same approach.
Hey, Jerry, you ought to show them the reverse side. Like on QQQ, you're on the bottom side on that 212 where it would break down TTO on the low side now versus like the high side when you do it.
Which time frame, Corey? Oh, yeah. Yeah,
If I mean, just show them in case someone doesn't see it on the lower side. You follow what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, instead of bounce off the top, bounce off the bottom.
Yeah. So a TTO going down or lower. You know, on the other side, you show them on the high side, but now on the low side.
Okay.
Yeah. You see how QQQ is ready to break on the 30. Would that be a TTO?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you know how you show, you say take the TTO on the high side when you're going up, you know, on a bull, it's just a bearish TTO.
Oh, yeah, on the 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe you show that everyone. You're a good, since you know.
Okay. You be showing the 2-1 how it could turn into a 2?
Yeah, exactly. But on the low side, right? You're done on the high side, now the low side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, you know, we take them 2-1-2 up, we can take them 2-1-2 down. So right now it's 11:40 roughly. All right, so we got 20 more minutes to this 30-minute candle flip. So in 30 minutes, there's a lot can happen. This candle, you can go from 1, 2 to 3. Right now it's inside. We're gonna just say this is inside right now. Before the 30-minute turns up, it could break the low of this candle here, and they can go from a 1 to a 2. Okay. As soon as it turns into a 2, that's your signal to go short because we trade the 2-1-2 continuations. So it's inside now. All right. So it's a 2-1. As soon as it breaks that, it turns into a 2. So that's a signal to go short. 2-1-2. So basically that inside is your pullback at the moment. And as soon as it crosses here, is your triangle right there, all in one candle. All on that one candle. And that's a lot of times I'll do it on the 5-minute. So we'll pretend that this is not the 30-minute chart, but a 5-minute chart. Same thing applies to it. So in the 5-minute first thing in the morning, I'm looking, if I see a huge red bar or a green bar, so this bar, I prefer it to be solid red, okay? Little to no wicks at all. It opens up inside, okay? Now, as soon as it starts to cross below or above, depending on the direction, this is short. As soon as it goes inside and turns into a 2, that is your signal to go short. Your target would be this pivot low here. So we're always trying to, when we're inside a range, you know, our targets are always going to be pivot high and pivot lows. Right? We target that and we're aiming for a breakthrough. All right. We're aiming for a break. So first target, pivot low, then we want it to break through there. Because as it breaks through there, the reason we get them big pushes is because it's taking out all these stops. And you can see these pivots extend way past what you can see. There's a lot of stops stacked up on them. That's why when you enter a pivot break, they should go immediately or they don't. So if it starts to go and all of a sudden it starts to whip back, it's failed. There's a problem. All right, and you should just cut it. But yeah, so that's a 2-1-2 and one candle here. Or 1-2, that's your pullback. Because what it looks like is this. 2, it goes inside. I can't draw it now. 2, inside, gone. And that turns into a shooter. So it looks like this. And that's why I was saying hammers and shooters are very powerful, especially bouncing off the base. because, and you know, especially coming up through, I mean, they're powerful both ways. 2-2 hammer coming back up, it shows you that buyer stepped in and pushed the price back up. If in a strong uptrend, if we see a hammer, so we see a 2-2-2, and a hammer could be a 2, but remember that hammer was first inside, right? And then it turned into a 2. And that's why it looks like, that's why you get the hammer. Right? So as it comes up, a Momo hammer is just is the pullback that you need for it to go higher. All it is. It's the rest. And the same thing applies going down. So you always want to look at your time to see, you know, how much time is left on this. Because the flip's important. It tells you who's in control. And, you know, and Rob says that that's, you know, you can turn on a switch and make the algo sell or buy. I guess I'm not really sure why it works, but I do know the flip is very important. And that's why between 9:30 and 10, I'm just scalping, you know. Sometimes I'll try to hold stuff a little bit longer, but it's not very often I do. Not very often. I'm usually taking profits pretty quick, because what I'm doing is I'm taking profits quickly to give me a cushion. All right. So that way when 10 o'clock hits, I'm going to start looking for positions that I can stay in a little bit longer. So I can relax a bit, take a breath. But in the first, I'm trying to collect as much money as I possibly can. I'm just scalping money in the market. Yeah. And the reason being, 9:30 10, I'm scalping. 10 o'clock to 11:30 12, I'm looking for a long. And after that time, you know, the market gets choppy, and then around 2 o'clock, you get a second win. And then they'll have some tickers that's popping, continuations, reversals. So after 2 o'clock, we're looking for basically 2-2s. 2-2s, continuations, or momentum plays. And then 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock is power hour, and we can get some more continuations or different pushes. Really, that's when you need to be watching your strings for your tickers, or you need to have a good scan to find these volume pops. That's it. 9:30 10 scalp. After 10 o'clock to launch, we're looking for a longer term plays, and after that, we're looking for reversals and Momo plays, and that's it. Inside bar now 15. Yeah, beyond choppy as hell. Choppy as hell right now. It's hammer 2 up. It just went inside up right now. I was looking at it. I don't trust it. I don't trust UNH or beyond.
Very quick question.
Mhm.
Have you experienced on your trailing stops? One problem I've had recently is that if I'm dealing with a contract that's too spready, I can be up in the contract and end up losing money when that trail stop gets hit, because I guess it's triggering the bid, you know, and if it's too far below where the mark is, then I'll end up losing money on it.
Yeah, if it's really spready, yeah, you can definitely lose money. Yeah, you want to wait. If it's spready, you want to be up higher than the spread, just in case it does pull back on you. Yeah, if it's spready, you got to be careful with a really tight trail stop, because they're so volatile, especially in the first 30 minutes, man. They can be so volatile that, you know, if it pulls back 10 cents, it hits the bottom of the bid, and then you'll be at a loss. So in cases like that, you can kind of experiment with a trail stop. If you have active trader up, then what I would do is I'd actively manage it. You know what I'm saying? I would put the stop and limit. Yeah. And also, you know, if you want, sometimes I'll do this, is I'll join the ask, or I'll put a limit and I'll try to keep one step ahead. But I don't want to be greedy either. So, you know, I'm really wanting it to fill, you know, because I'm happy with the profit I got at the time. Because any kind of pullback on it, you know, now you're chasing the bid. So there's always a fine line. You want to look at, you know, be looking at exhaustion risk, and, you know, if you're happy with profit, then go ahead and set a limit there, or pull your stop up tight. But it's better, you know, when it's spready like that, it's better to be selling, you know, at the limit, you know. So it's best to not be greedy, really.
Right. Okay. And then one more question, just in terms of growing a smaller account, like say you're dealing with a contract like $500, like a Tesla contract. What do you feel like a good, consistent, you know, profit number is to kind of just get in and get out, you know, over and over, so you can build consistently over time?
For a smaller account, 10% would be ideal. But you know, if you can pull 4 to 6% consistently, you'd be good to go. Yeah.
Okay.
It's best to just collect gains. I mean, if it's, you know, 30 to 50 bucks a contract, but you know, 10%, I try to get between 10 and 12%. But some of the higher price stickers, you know, 4 or 5% is good. That's plenty.
However, with a small account, I wouldn't dare let a number affect you, because in a market that's as choppy as this, when you got profit, you got to sometimes take it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And say, I'm sorry, go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you're going to give it right back. In a normal market that's trending, yeah, I'd definitely say that. But in a market like this, you want to protect your profits.
Yeah, take profits early, you know. And if you want to try to catch an extra boost, join the ask, you know. But then again, you join the ask and all of a sudden price pulls back, then you're chasing a bid. The main thing is don't be greedy, because when I had a small account, man, I was, you know, I was wanting to get as much as I can because I only had a limited amount of money to play. So I was risking letting it pull back too far and hope to get a bigger gain. And I went from a small loss to a big loss. You know, so if something goes against you, just bite the bullet and just cut it, man. I'm telling you, that'll save you so much headache. Just cut it, you know. And if you see some small gain or something, just take it. There's really no set number, but if you're happy with it, just take it. Because look, you know, if you're making $10 here and 20 bucks there and 50 here, dude, and you grow your account by 60, 70 bucks a day, that's $300 a week, you know, and that's another big contract. And also Friday, your cheap options, man, but you got to be careful because you can give back a whole week's profit in one hour. So Fridays can help you or they can hurt you.
Yeah. When you're in this chop fest, there's nothing wrong with taking profits. You know, the whole thing of trading is it's not losing your principal. This market will change and it will start trending, but until it trends, there's nothing wrong with taking profits.
So Corey, like, how do you know when the market is choppy versus when it's trending? What do you look at?
Well, if you start looking at, and I'll let Jerry answer it, but my opinion is, you know what I do is I look at the weekly. And when you look at the weekly, if you start seeing it start in reverse and the candles are two greens, not two downs, all right, the weekly to me is what sort of breaks good and bad. If you look at that daily on you know, SPY, it's just up, down, up, down, up, down, no rhythm. So you'll see when you start seeing on the weeklies twos in the green direction, or twos on the down direction. I mean, at least that's what I think. What do you think, Jerry?
Well, I can usually tell in the first probably 30 minutes to hour of the day, really what kind of day it is. So say price, you know, first of all, if it's in a good market, you'll have clear direction and follow through. You know, of course, we'll have the TTOs and the pullbacks and stuff. It'll be consistent. Now, say all of a sudden, and this is simultaneous. It happens across the board. So it's not just one ticker. You'll see it on all the tickers. So price is pushing up, right? And all of a sudden you get a pullback, and then it fails to make a higher high. And then it just, you know, and then it starts, you'll see it. It'll just start chopping. And you can usually tell in the first 30 minutes to an hour of the day what kind of day it's going to be. Like SPY is just in this range here is just a chop fest. But you'll see it not on just one ticker, just across the board. So what happens is it just fails to make higher highs, and then it makes a lower low. So just say it makes a lower low, and all of a sudden it makes a higher low, but then it's making lower highs. So it starts to wedge. To me, that's just chop, like right in here. I mean, days that there's no general direction is a choppy day. It's just a day that you can't, it's hard to trade. If you're going to trade it, then you've got to take profits quickly.
But another thing that helps you too is put VWAP on one of your lower time frames. And if it's flat, it's chop. If it's sloping up, it's trending. If it's sloping down, it's trending down. But you put VWAP on there, that tells you everything, because that's volume weighted average price. It's not delayed.
Yeah, let me pull that up. I'm going to pull it up right now on the 15. That's
make sure you turn off. make sure you got to turn off a couple things on that. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bunch of stuff on it.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to take off the up and down, the higher and lower. But VWAP tells you everything. So on that, when you do it, get rid of the, well, you clicked it twice, you get rid of them down, and then click in that. And then Jerry, take where it says upper band and lower bound, just turn off show plot on the upper and lower band. Yeah, then you, yeah, perfect. That's it. And then you'll have it.
Wow. Yeah, I just put it on SPY on the 30, and where it's completely horizontal, it's all chopped.
That's right. Yeah, that's it. That's great. That's great for you.
And that's the greatest tool you have. And listen, man, you're doing a great job. You're trading one of the toughest markets. And if you're making money off of Tesla, off of those calls or puts, then you're doing great.
Thank you. Man, we're just trying to get better every day, man. That's all.
Well, you are. I mean, Tesla's a tough stock to trade. I mean, you know, Jerry's a pro, but and I'm not saying you're bad. I'm just saying that's a tough stock. It's you know, it'll turn on you in a dime. It's not. It doesn't trend.
I got a question for Danny, actually. What you guys were just talking about is pretty much all of the issues that I'm having, which is, you know, I get in and it starts to move up. It doesn't hit magnitude, or it's trending towards magnitude, which is great. And I don't take profits, and then it comes back down and on me. So that's the first thing. But the other thing, Danny, that you brought up is, you know, like when you get in, and if it's not going in the direction that you intended it to, and you try to cut it right away, you know, by cutting it right away, I mean, you lose like $30, $40 almost just with one contract. So I'm trying to figure out, like, well, how like, do you experience that, or am I just the lucky one? Or
no, it is true. But
Yeah.
what I try and do when I'm going to listen, Jerry's the best, all right? Okay, and I'm not here fawning over Jerry, but I'm just saying, in a market like this, you're in a chop fest. So if you're going to trade anything and you're going to trade options, at least for me, Jerry's the best, but myself, I try and trade options like Apple. That's 1 cent difference, or SPY, right? You can get it out. You don't get beat up. If you get in some of these other ones like Jerry does and Novax and some of those other ones, they got wide spreads. If you don't know what you're doing, you know, you can go buy market and then turn around and sell it when it goes back out. You're out $300 or $400. So in a chop market, you know, for myself, I just stick on the options that have tight spreads.
Yeah, and what I've been doing is sticking to the Dow stocks, Corey, like you and I were talking about, actually.
Yeah. I mean,
but maybe I'm doing. Go ahead, sorry.
And if you do that, I mean, the market will change. And when the market changes, you're not going to have to be like Jerry in and out. I mean, Jerry's the best of the best. There's few. I've been trading for years. I've never seen something like that here, Daryl. I mean, just in my opinion, you know, everyone's got their own, but it's a hard market. You know, unless you're like Jerry and Daryl, that you can read those signals so fast. And if you can't read those signals, then you shouldn't be in those wide spreads on options. Just my opinion.
Yeah, you gotta be quick.
I agree. Maybe I shouldn't be trading. I think one of you guys just said it before. Maybe you just shouldn't be trading in the first 30 minutes at all.
It's hard. That's why most of the places, if you've ever been in any type of rooms, that some people call the 5-minute the opening range. Some people call the 15-minute the opening range, but the most call the 30-minute the opening range. So they don't do anything for the first 30-minute candle, and then you use that. That's the majority of them do. They stay out of it. I mean, listen, Jerry is the best. I mean, to be able to talk and do what he's doing, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Can I ask Daryl? Can you expand on what you were saying there? Yeah, I get your point about the 0.5% on a 3,000. What is it? Well, I'll let you. If you can expand on that, that'd be great. And then direction first. And then I'm going to ship you a microphone, Daryl.
Yeah, so also, Jared, if VIX is going up, then the market's going to go down. Yeah. So If VIX goes up and you're in a long positions, then just, you might want to cover. See, right now, I knew what they was gonna do. So VIX was shut up there. All they're doing is shaking out weak hands. That's all they're doing. Now VIX is coming right back down on a shooter.
But you know, Tim, a lot of people, you know, you got Daryl and Jerry, that's the best. But a lot of people in markets like this, they'll just stay out. They won't trade during this time. They take days off until they can find a trending market.
Yeah, for me, I don't have the experience to be able to say, you know, whether I should take a day off or not. Right now, it's all about understanding whether or not what I'm doing is the right thing, and it's just natural to experience these things, which is great because then at least I know I'm doing it right, and at some point it'll come around. But I guess that's overall the challenge. But I mean,
but ultimately, just get a toss, open up a paper account, and start paper trading it till you goes, because your capital and your emotional capital and your own personal capital is worth a lot. And once you lose both of those, you lose a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Another thing I want to add is, if you're in a market and you if you can't see if it's a clear trend or if it's a pullback or whatever, then if you can't interpret it and it's just easy, it should be really easy to see what's moving, or what direction a ticker is moving, and just stay away from it. If you don't understand, if it's not a clear push up and then you see a pullback and the next push up, then just avoid it altogether, or find another ticker that's the price action is a lot smoother.
But Tim, if you can trade in this market when the market starts trending, I mean, your profits would just come rolling in.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep training while it's tough then.
Yeah, that's a tough market. I mean, you agree what I'm saying, Jerry? Or
yeah, absolutely. And another thing is, when we have a good day, and usually we'll have 2 or 3 good days a month. When you see a good day, you'll know it. You'll know it, and then you'll have something to compare to the choppy days too. We're choppy. I mean, we're very choppy. That's all there is to it. It's been choppy the last week or so. Remember about 3 months ago, Corey, the market was so choppy for like 2 solid weeks. You remember that? You probably remember it too, there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, it was horrible. It was horrible. Yeah, I had a tough time in it. So this is choppy here, but boy, it gets worse. It gets worse. So this is not too bad. There's some follow through the tickers, and yeah, if you're new, I wouldn't trade. Really wait till 10 o'clock, maybe 9:45, but 10 o'clock's better because then you have a bigger picture. You have a bigger picture to judge.
if Daryl, if you want to look, see if it's choppy, go over to the SPY on the weekly and look at the highs. All right, on the SPY on the weekly, and look there's about 5 candles straight across that's as flat as can be, just flat straight across. In the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, just draw the high straight across. Tell me that it just can't seem to get past that high, so it's just chopping in that sort of range.
Yeah, there's no direction. So a chop is if you go high, if you go long, you get stopped out. If you go short, you get stopped out. And if you go long again, you get stopped out. If you go short, you get stopped. There's no direction. Every way you turn, you get stopped out. That is chop. Chop is a compound inside bar that's really tight.
And if you look at the weekly candle on SPY right now, look how small that thing is. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, you can't trade it.
And then you wonder why you're having trouble. Anyone that's in that's in the S&P 500 is getting tore up. That's why Rob sits there and says he wants to find the ones that are taking out last week's high or last week's low, the ones that are moving. Anyone in between, you're just back and forth unless you're a great back and forth trader like Daryl.
Yeah, Novak's here. This is chop right here on the 5-minute. So you went short here, you went short, you got stopped out. If you went long, you got stopped out here. I mean, it's just back and forth. If you went long, you got stopped. You went short, you got stopped. You went long, you got stopped. You go short, you get stopped. That's what chop is. There's no direction. No direction.
You guys are making me feel at least a little better, man. I had a really bad Thursday and Friday.
It's just hard to read the signal. I mean, go to the 60-minute on the SPY and you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know, about 15, 20 candles. Look at the
This
range.
is kind of reverse here.
The range is trade somewhere around 420 to 423. If you throw out those two extremes on it, it's even tighter. This is hard.
It's hard, yeah.
Not
Yeah, if you're gonna
everyone,
trade-
not everyone's a Jerry.
Sometimes no trade is the best trade, is the way I look at it.
Yep.
And if you
yeah.
look at Jerry ain't trained to SPY. He ain't trained to Qs. He's trained something that's moving.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to trade the smoothest charts I can find. You know, if it's chopping, I'll stay away from it. You know. Like
John,
Tesla's
even your
pretty good.
even your hero on last week got beat up on.
I know.
Roku.
Yeah, he sure did. And there's no doubt. And all I do is if it doesn't touch one of my support and resistance lines, I don't touch the stock. If it's 50 cents away from it, I still don't touch it. It has to touch what I've got marked on my charts for Roku, or I will not touch. I will not get in Roku. But I love trading that stock. But you know, it's choppy today. I mean, it was there for a while. It was real choppy and everything. But I'm up $550, which is one of my lowest days on Roku, but I have not traded anymore. I'm up $550. I'm done.
Yeah. Yep. Don't be greedy.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, man. I just shorted it this morning, and like I said, it was chop fest. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not trading this anymore, and I'm glad I didn't. But so.
Yeah.
But
you can generally
the
tell
market
from-
will change. It's just right now. It's usually when you make all-time highs, it tends to hang around there. I think you watch Rob's video. He talks a lot about it. So it's just trying to find a position.
This is reversing here.
I mean, when you look at Boeing today, Boeing came out with great news. I think Southwest Airlines bought, I don't know, 40 or 50 planes for next year. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah,
And,
well, it hit that mark Jerry said on Boeing, and Corey, you called that this morning, but Jerry came back and it hit that number right on the button, 256.30 or something, and it's dropped ever since. I mean, it's like Jerry was spot on.
But usually news like that would cause the thing to rip.
Yep.
I mean, that's
Look
huge.
at that candle that Jerry, I mean, he said earlier it would hit 256.30 resistance, and it did, and it's dropped ever since.
Yeah, 256.31.
Yeah, that's what you called. And so I watched it. I was going to get in short at 256.30, but I remember what Corey said about the Southwest, so I stayed away from it, but it's dropped ever since.
Well, you also look at like Jerry called out on Apple. Look at the daily. Look at where it stopped, right on that daily pivot, 128.32, wham, straight down, just straight down. So those pivots mean so much.
They do. It's huge. And if it doesn't hit that, then why enter it? Because then you're just in chop fest.
Yep.
Now, sometimes price expands on those, and that's something you gotta be aware of too. So price will wick up just a little bit and then pour right back down. So that's why you want to see a clear break, you know. Crazy. Pivots, man.
Well, look at IYT, Jerry. That thing just took off.
What is IYT? What?
The transportation sector. It's got like FedEx, UPS.
Oh, dang, there's a 322 right here off pivot low, guys. Look, it expanded right here on the 60. The pivot. There's expansion. Now, guess what? It can come back up to 278. So this is the kind of stuff we're looking for swings.
And really, John, what they're doing, if you look at it, they're just rotating, keeping the market propped up. One day it's the IYT that's doing well, then they'll move it over XLF, then they'll move over XLI, move over Qs.
Yeah, you're 100% right. yesterday everything was just going up, 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 and now today it's just going sideways or down. It's nuts. Yeah.
Now, there'll be
On
some
my
sectors-
list, on my top list of 15, I only have 4 green tickers, and those are SE, PayPal, DocU, and Snow. Those are the only 4 that are even up, and they're up minimally. I mean, so.
This is pushing up here. We want to see a pullback on it to go long. So here's our first candle. So look at base here. So when I'm looking for a reversal, guys, this is what I'm looking for. I want to find a base. All right. So base here, it basically chopped sideways. All right. It made a higher high, higher low. Now we're looking for that first pullback. All right. Here's the first one right here. Okay. We want to see a push up. Otherwise, what it can do, this could just be a pullback to the downside. And the reason I say that is because, you know, we had a lot of movement down, and every time frame needs its own rest. So really, this is just one candle here. So this green bar here could just be a pullback to the downside. So you want confirmation. Yeah, always want confirmation. There's resistance here, here, and the more time price touches a certain area, the more resistance and the more stops. So reverse or bottoms, we don't guess a bottom. We want confirmation by at least 1 pullback, 2 or better. So I'd rather give up some money. I'd rather give up some of this movement here for confirmation that it is moving up. See what I'm saying? So we want to make sure it's pushing up. Otherwise, what happens if we guess this is the bottom, it comes up and it's a pullback to the downside, can reverse, or it could just push up and then start ranging again. We don't want to be in a range, because the range will kill us, especially on Thursday and Friday. We want consolidation at clear break. Oh, yes. Everything is a 2, 1, 2, 2. Consolidation, reversal, or continuation. That's it. Okay. Really, all this is inside. Or 2 here. Yeah.
Jerry, look at XPO. That's a beauty.
XPO. Oh, that's transportation, isn't it?
Yep.
The
So
video
days like this,
pushed
when
up.
things aren't moving, you move over to the sectors that are moving.
Sure. Now the video on the 15 has 2, 1, 2 reverse up. We got a hammer. It is still inside a 2, but we got a first pullback to the upside. XPO looks beautiful, yeah, beautiful. So it pushed up, base, gone. So let me show you this. It goes 2. It consolidates right on top of pivot high, and then it breaks, and then it goes 2. So 2, 1, 2. Oh, yes. Push up, trade sideways, which is a wrist, and then it goes. And look, it can come up and then start chopping sideways again, then breaks, and chop sideways again, then it breaks. You'll notice this pattern all the time. Yeah, it push up, it'll chop sideways, it'll break, it'll push up, it'll chop sideways, it'll break. It's just over and over and over and over and over. And then sometimes it'll push up, it'll chop sideways, and it reverses and goes down. So everything's a, you know, accumulation, distribution risk. Everything is. A 1 in itself is nothing more than a risk. That's all it is. Oh, XPO is good. Gosh. So you're trying to reverse here, get the first pullback, the next leg up. Cost is trying to push. It does have resistance right here at 379.68. You always got to remember, you got to look at the overall trend. We can trade the lower time frames, right? But we want to always keep in mind the overall trend, exactly what price is. cost, it's in a range. So we trade that range? Yeah, because there's over 20 bucks and almost 30. The pivot high and pivot low, it marks the range. It makes it easy for you to see. It's just chop. It's chop, but there's enough room to trade it. It's consistent. The lower the time frame you go, the more movement, the more price action happens. Look at your price expanded here in this pivot. So expanded here. Now it can come right back up. But expand to here because we know it's chopping on the daily and on the weekly. We don't trade anything unless we get confirmation. Confirmation of trend. Tesla's trying to pull back on the 15. Let's see if I can get it. Shit, SPY's moving. Here's the first pullback here. Now this could be a pullback to the upside. What we're gonna do is mark the top 604.30. All right, it breaks that. It can be long right here.
And look at tick cumulative, Jerry. If you look at tick cumulative, it's going up on SPY.
Cool, nice, yes sir. It feels really good. SPY's pushing here. VIX is coming down. Target on SPY is 423.39, 423.21. SPY's breaking. SPY's eventually going to break all-time highs again, guys. SPY's long here.
Jerry, what's Tesla have to break for it to be long?
It needs to break its high right now. So it's current high. And I thought it was wrong, so. All right, so Tesla has got it's trying to make a new high right now on the fiber. Trying to manage these trades, guys. I'm long SPY. All right, see right here on the fiber, it based here. All right. The first pullback, we want to see it break this high here, this candle here. All right, that'll be our first pullback to the upside. Otherwise, it'll chop. We will not take it unless it breaks 5 or 10 cents above this point, this candle here.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's always going to be breaking certain periods because right here on top of this candle here is a resistance line. You can see it. It's there, though. It's resistance right here. So we want to see it break. We want to see a clear break of this area, just like it would break a pivot high. Machine gun. Machine now, let's see. That's another on 15. Take it to the reverse on 15. Yeah. So I'm not in Tesla yet. So I want to make sure, remember, every time I get its own pullback, we want to make sure that it's not a pullback to the downside. We need confirmation. Confirmation. Roku's kind of chopping at the moment. It did make a higher high and a higher low. Again, there's our first pullback, but it did not. Well, it did make a new high here. Still, it needs to make a clear break. If it breaks 337.75, the target is only pivot here. And I say that because it can do a few things. All right, a clear downtrend. To be a clear trend, it's got to have pullbacks. Multiple pullbacks at bases here. All right, Here's your first pullback. Second, he's gonna make a new high here. Just pivot low here. See it comes across there, and there's point of control as well. That's a lot of resistance. A lot of resistance. So look, say it comes up, it can touch point of control. All right, so you got double. So point of control and pivot. It can touch this, bounce, and go lower. So this would be a retest to the downside, right? So it retests off that and it comes down. It hits this right here, comes down. We get a pullback to the downside. We'll take a short target being here. And then pivot low here. Always be thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. Now, can you get sub moves in this? Yeah. If you want to take it long here, as soon as it crosses here, you take it long, your target's going to be here. Yeah, which is, $2. There's nothing wrong with that. Be a pretty good, that'd be a pretty good profit. The cost is pushing up here.
Hey, Jerry, look at Apple on the 5-minute.
Apple, yeah. Roku's trying to break here. Like I said, it's a break. It's only a $2 move. But right now it's chopping sideways. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it.
Look how little those candles are. There's just no activity.
Nope, and that's definitely chop right there. So this is all, it's trading sideways. So that's inside. You can see it here. The only good thing about Apple is this: push up, bounce. Now it's trying to come back up. Then you see it pull back, the next leg up. So once it breaks here, target will be here, 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 and here. But right now it's inside this bigger picture here, right? And it's right smack in the middle of it. So it matters where these inside bars form. To be bullish, it needs to form near the top. So it needs to consolidate near the top. Bear should be consolidating near the bottom. We could trade it either way. If it consolidates near the bottom and then it breaks out toward the top, then we can take it back through this range here. Like playing chess, man. You got to be thinking 10 steps ahead and all the possibilities of everything happening at once. But yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. It's in a range, and it's a really, really tight range. Will it break? Yeah, it's going to break. We don't know which way yet. It bounced off a pivot, so it's a bullish signal. We can't take it lower. Got to go higher. Amazon call is awesome. Man.
But another thing you all might notice is that right around 10:30, I'm on the West Coast, Jerry leaves. Jerry likes making money, not any different than all of us, but he leaves because, there's no direction. So he's not going to waste his time.
He's chopping. Yeah, past chops, there's no direction. Or I could leave and then maybe come back around 2 or something. I know it's a lot of times stuff will start to 2-2. Yeah, so right now it's just chop. Just chop, there's no direction. Like on Tesla here, you'll see stuff try to reverse here, and then it'll make a high, and then it goes back through range. And that's why you set targets on this stuff you gotta set targets to make sure, that's, can't think of what I'm talking about. You gotta set targets, so if it don't hit your target, then you're not gonna enter. Alright, so if Tesla would have hit 604.38, it took it long, it never hit it, alright, so now it's going to go back in a range. Alright, so now, came up, now it's making a lower high here, come back quicker, so now it's probably gonna do this. So it'd be short right now, the 595.50. I'm not gonna trade it. I want a clear break. I want to break the base, pivot low, or a new high, and that's all there is to it. Yeah. Amazon mobile bar, yeah. Amazon stuck right dab smack in the middle. Yeah, stay away from Amazon. Yeah. And plus, if you look at Amazon 30, there's 3 wicks. There's 3 wicks. Those wicks, you gotta be mindful when you're looking at candles, guys. Is it solid bars or is it wicking? If you look toward the top or the base, and there's wicks, all right. You also be mindful where the wicks end. You know, did the last wick make a lower high, or did it make a higher high? And it also tells you, hey, we've wicked up here. Prices made solid bars up here 3 different times, and each time it hit this point here, they shoved me right back down. Okay, you gotta be mindful of each individual candle. The candle tells a lot of stuff. It tells you a big story. So say you got 2 bars, and the current bar is 1 cent below the prior bar, then it just might have been low. And that could be the first indication that's breaking down. All right. But we always want tickers, if we're wrong, to make higher highs. Tesla come back down. So here's what Tesla's doing. That was a pullback. On Tesla, that is a pullback to the downside. That's why we never guess the bottom. We never guess it. Never guess the bottom. And look, I still ain't gonna take it short until it breaks 595.50. Because this is what we call chop. So we see right here on the 30, push up, pull back, a big shooter, right? So that's saying, hey, it's fixing to go short. Target's gonna be 582. But when I look at it, I see compound inside 1. All right, chop. I'm not going to take this thing until it breaks out one side or the other. All right. Can you trade it? Can you trade it in this range right here? Yes, sir. You can make money in there. All right. Will it base here and then come all the way back down to pivot low? It could. Good. I'd rather give up profit. I'd rather give up profit and have a higher probability of success. Because look, when it comes down here, forms a double bottom, it can bounce and go right back through range. It can chop some more. Ones with the highest probability of success, even if it means giving up some profit. Because profit doesn't mean anything if you get stopped out. Yeah, let's look at Amazon right quick. Let me show you on Amazon. Amazon's chopping. Amazon's chopping. That's what I'm saying. The strat teaches you to look at individual candles, which is fine in the first 30 minutes of the day. But after that, you gotta look at the bigger picture. You have to. You have to. They don't teach you that. You need to. Remember, every time frame you saw a pullback. All right. So on the 15 here. And I'm not knocking anybody. It was a 3-2. That's their signal. Their signal. So you know, on the strat, that's the signal. But you're gonna look at wicks. Well, every time it came in this range here, it pulled right back down. So I wouldn't take it high unless it broke here, right here. Right now, what it's doing is it made a 2, all this is inside. I don't care if it wick up. This wick here is gonna probably show us a 2. I don't care. All this is inside. All of this is inside this one candle here. Okay. It's near the top, which is a good sign. It's bullish. Okay. We can see a 2-1-2 continuation. We can see a 2-1-2 reversal. Okay. It can do a few things. 2, 1. Okay. Price push up. Price pushes up, consolidates in this range here. All right. It could come down, bounce off pivot, all right, for a retest. Now we can see it go higher. So say it comes down, it bounces. So it breaks that consolidation, it shorts here. We retest it, we see a push up and a pullback, and it comes up. You can take it here on top of this try, right here at this point, right there. Have the dip. All right. Your target's going to be this high here. All right. And it just keeps on going. Otherwise, it can hit this high. All right. So say price breaks out of this range right here. It goes down, retests this, comes up. Wait on that one pullback. If you want to be safer, you can wait on 2 pullbacks. Take it on the top of a break or TPO. Take it long. First target is going to be this high. All right. Right now we're chopping. Oh, there's that. It's coming down, spike coming up.
Hey, Jerry, could you look at the HON on the 15-minute, but put on the extended trading? I want to ask you something else. HON, but on 15, but put extended trading.
Sure. All right.
So look at that. Look how it went all the way to the bottom on extended trading, then went all the way to the high, then regular market. It's come back to almost touch the bottom where extended trading low was, and it's working its way back up to extended trading high. Do you see that a lot?
Gosh, no, it's a lot of movement though. So if they spiked it up, they sold it off immediately. Now they're coming back through range. Target's going to be through market highs. Crazy. There's a flip, guys. Amazon's trying to come back up. They could turn the buyers back on.
Yeah, VIX is at its low or lower. Are you still in your SPY calls?
Yeah, I'm down 1%. Wow, should be good.
You get Wednesday or Fridays?
Wednesday.
That's what I got.
Now we're in the morning on SPY. Already coming on up there. see what she I'll be trying to make up, still chopping, UNH toward the top, still chopping, Microsoft trying to do back up. Texas Spy, everything's chopping. There's no clear direction. Amazon's trying to be somebody, but it's still chopping. Still inside its chop. Possibly trying to come up. Hornady looks good, sitting right here at the top. So let's look at Hornady. Give it low, push through, with back down. Price is expanding right here in this range. In the broader picture, inside. Tesla chopper, fast, trying to come up. Possible eventually break out. Amazon slowly rolling, still inside there. That's 20 bucks range. Can you trade it? Yeah. Yeah. It'd be long right this second. Target being 32.60 and 66. If you wanted to trade that range, I would scalp it though.
Jerry, Roku is trying to break out of its range.
Oh, sure is. Let's see if it breaks this pivot. Whoa. So target would be 339.67. Yeah, it's trying to pivot machine gun back to 345 here. 212 reversal on the 60. And also, I love it. Tested this pivot low and held. All right. Test it twice right here.
So Jerry, when it breaks that range, are you only entering on the pullback, or as long as it enters the range?
On what time frame?
Just in general, like when it breaks the range, do we are you waiting for it to go up and then come back, pull back, and then you're entering there, or is it?
No, as soon as it breaks the range, yeah. So if it breaks pivot low here, then we can expect it to at least come up to 345. Yeah, but this confirmation is it pushed up, pulled back, it bounced off a pivot low on the 30 or a pivot high on the 30. So what it says is it's trying to take it, they tried to take it lower here and they couldn't, it held. So what was once resistance is now support. See, it's touched it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So it's pretty strong support now. So resistance is now support. That's the retesting range. So target's 341.17. But since it's so close to pivot, so if you're close to a pivot somewhere, then you want it to break that pivot. So just like it held support here, it could hold as resistance here. Right? But it's long right now, but it needs to break. Safer is to break 330. This pivot it's best to give up a little bit of profit in order that to gain confidence in the move. That's the way I think it. Because it's been touched so many times here on this pivot low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times. We're strong. But this holds more relevance. The 30-minute holds more relevance than the 5. SPY's up 13% that time. I like to see SPY go to all-time high today. So, what do you think? You gonna get there? Target's 423. Price expanded here. Pivot. That's how I draw my pivots on the expansion. Let me show you.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Just draw it from the point, pivot. Sometimes I cut through these wicks because we name it wicks out sometimes. I draw it just like that. The video trying to come back.
Gary, Jerry was asking about you yesterday. Where you been?
Yesterday I took time off just to study. So, and I was just on Twitter here and there, but I was really studying for new ways of working with the strat. I was just trying to like, tweak it, kind of like what you guys discussing VWAP or whatever. So I was doing little, what is that called, back testing with strategies. So I finally found stuff that kind of work with the strat and actually complements it. So that's it.
So it's about build your confidence,
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing, right? And also it'll help people that kind of like technical analysis also incorporate the strat. There's a girl on Twitter, her name's Elaine. Don't know if it's a guy or a girl though, but I talk to her often and I learned a lot from her, how she uses best of both worlds. And she uses the strat and some of her technical analysis and it works out really well.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that stuff. If it helps you, I'm all for it. Some of the diehards, they don't like it, but
don't send a question to that to a strat shoulder. He'll barbecue you.
I'm gonna send him a picture saying these 10 candles are one, and he's just gonna yell at me, so it doesn't matter. He doesn't believe in compounding like Jerry does, right? But like for example, Corey, you talked about VWAP. I think it's an actual indicator because I'm looking at Etsy right now on the 30-minute, and as soon as I saw the 2-1-2 reversal past the VWAP, that gives me extra confidence that it's a play worth playing now because it's past VWAP. So I guess it comes down to how you can mix both stuff together without screwing yourself over.
Yeah, and I think something like a VWAP breakthrough, that just is another thing telling you that something happened and you might be need to pay attention.
Hop on right now. Look at Futu, look at Etsy, and you can see confident reversal plays to play right now with a 2-1-2 and the VWAP bounce. Check VWAP bounced up again. For me, it's solidification. All right, this play is good to go. And what's the worst that can happen? Put your stop below VWAP and that's it. You're good.
I sometimes, when we're at a bottom and, looking at to see if things are bouncing, I use Jerry's methodology of at least one pullback breakup. Sometimes I even look at an RSI on whatever time frame is just to see if it's going up.
100%. And like Jerry called on the Amazon thing, right? Like it broke through, but it went back down. You kind of got to be prepared for those situations. That's where I think VWAP helps a lot. Like I'm looking at NVIDIA right now on the 30-minute, and also the way it's checked VWAP, it might be a scalp for today going long, right? It seems like it's going to do a little bounce. So I've just been kind of fiddling around with stuff, seeing what I can make better.
So you're saying you use the VWAP with the strategy?
Oh yeah, I've always incorporated it, but I wanted to see on and off because I wanted to fully dedicate to strat. Now, since I've kind of learned strat, I want to try incorporating some of the stuff that I use from TA. And I think VWAP's great. And on TrendSpider, you get the anchor VWAP, so you can play the VWAP from the bottom low, and then you can play the VWAP from the top low. It kind of gives you a range to play in now as well. I'll try to send a picture. I think that might help when you see the two VWAPs, how they actually complement each other. Let me just
I always play the 1-day VWAP, 5-day VWAP, and then the current VWAP. So I go 1 day back on the VWAP, and this is with Roku and Facebook, Square, PayPal, some of the bigger tickers that I keep on watch, but mainly I just trade Roku. But anyway, I always have the 5-day VWAP, the 1 day VWAP, which was yesterday, and then today's VWAP. So it's very, very solid. But my entry and exits are based on the strat, but my confirmation is based on VWAP. Because if like you said, Gary, I mean, if it's around VWAP and it confirms below or above, that's a great spot.
100%.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Now, Corey, he likes VWAP, so he could probably add some stuff in there too.
Corey, do you also use the other one that I mentioned, the anchored one, or just regular VWAP?
TOS don't have it, but I use the I put it on the lower time frame but I get rid of the high band and the low band. I just take the middle band.
Oh yeah. I get rid of all that crap.
Yeah, I just take the one, but I mean it's live. It's volume weighted average price. So I mean it's it's not a technical indicator. It's the truth. It's price action.
I thought I read somewhere that TOS added VWAP Boulevard to this week?
That I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think I read it on Twitter that something called
Chrome.
VWAP Boulevard was added to TOS.
Let's see what
But whatever makes you work. I mean, sometimes, like Strathfield's so perfect, but the bottom line is your P and L. Whatever makes your P and L go up, use it.
Right.
Exactly.
The only issue that I have with
So y'all using
technical
V-
indicators is that, if they contradict my my strat stuff. So that's the only time I don't like them.
It creates.
Yeah, but then don't
bias.
use it in those situations. I use Strat for everything. It's just like Gary said, use it as a confirmation.
SPG, I had this marked the other day. It's running or trying to.
But like Daryl says, price is everything. I agree with price. But at least VWAP is a function of the price. It's volume and price. It's together. So it's not a lagging indicator. It's live. The other stuff's lagging. But VWAP and price action to me I think it's best. And then what Jerry puts down on his 5-minute, that VPOC, that's live. That's just telling you where the volume was bought in ranges.
Yeah, volume price. Yeah, it just tells you. Yeah, where most shares are bought and sold after the day. Docky's trying to come back up. They're still chopping. Nvidia's trying to be somebody. Amazon trying to come back up. Yes, sir.
I got a friend that use technical analysis. He don't even know what strat is. He won't even listen to me. And he makes great money. So if you can read the signals, just use whatever's working.
Yeah. Nvidia's in a tight range right here on the 60. It's not a tight range. It's 16. I'm going to make some money. I'd like to see Nvidia over 697.50. AMZN. AMZN's got to break. It's got to break some certain areas for anything about getting back in it.
Has anybody looked at Target? I stepped away for a minute, so if I'm asking again, sorry.
Target looks good. Target's got a beautiful monthly, weekly chart. I mean, it's just beautiful. It's beautiful. Pushed up, consolidated here is breaking out right now. All-time high. 608 gapped up. Could be exhaustion gap. Be careful with it. I mean, it's pretty, but man, it needs a red bar somewhere in there. Yeah. Push up, retest on that pivot, gone. It's extended. I like the short target. Usually when they get up to the very top, they'll start gapping up at the top, and they call it an exhaustion gap. Did it come back down? Yeah.
So you said it's gonna come. You think it's gonna come back down? You looking to short it?
Yeah, I like to short it one day. Yeah, for sure. You see on the weekly, it's extended quite a bit, and on the monthly, it's extended. Could it keep going up? Yeah, it could go on up. It could go on up another $200, but right now it's pretty strong. You can take it longer, but it's 236.08. Just be aware that it can, it steps up and later down. I'm trying to start. Gosh, what's going on up there? All right, let's take a look at our Bob list. The best of the best. Let's see. Target J's on there. IBM's on there. IBM inside wedging, making lower highs and higher lows. VC. Oh yeah, Oracle is looking really good chart wise. VICA is beautiful today.
So this scan right here finds A+ setups on the monthly or weekly. Push up, pull back, gone. Easy to read. So when you're looking at tickets, especially if you're new, stick to the A+ setups, which I mean is the month looks great, easy to read, smooth price action. The weekly has to be smooth price action. You can easily read it. If you have to figure out and guess what's going on, avoid it because there's too many tickers. It's got perfect charts of trading garbage. Right? If you pull something up and it looks good, but then you look over on the daily or the weekly, and there's a wicks everywhere. Like every candle's got huge wicks, and there's dojis and hammers and shoes everywhere. Avoid it. Go to the next one. Even if it looks good, stay away because that means you're going to get hurt in there. You're going to get chopped up. Stay away from it. BICI looks good. It's just extended. It needs a pullback. It needs a good pullback somewhere.
What scanner is that you looking at?
I call it Bob. I made it. I'll share it if you want to see it. Finds the best of the best. So each monthly, weekly time frame is going to be pretty much perfect. Perfect for now. So on the monthly here, it's pushing up, pull back, gone, push up, pull back, gone, push up on the daily, small pullback, kind of chopping sideways. There's that 3 is the next uptrend. Trying to break out. So I'd go ahead and mark 64.17. Coming out. Oracle was looking really good. I think I saw it last night. The video shot push. Oracle on the monthly pushed up. A small pullback here. It opened inside last month. So really it says 222, but that's a 212. I don't care if it says 2 there. It wicked up a penny, or if it wicked up just enough to make it a 2. So when you look at individual candles and the numbers and stuff, I mean, look at the bigger picture. I mean, if it says a 2, look a little bit deeper. Push up, it consolidated right here at 80.92. It broke out here, it's pushing up. Extend, it's wicking back. You see right here on the 4 hours, a push up, pull back, push up, pull back, push up, pull back. So it's moving up, but it's got decent pullbacks. I'm gonna mark the top here, 85.10. Oh, very big move. Consistent. Okay. The piece pushing up off the base here is your first pullback, the next leg up. Pushed up, retested, pivot, gone. But look, this right here, the target, well, it just broke it. So on a strong uptrend on the monthly, weekly, you get a TTO like this on the daily. You can expect it to push to the top and make a new high. Target's going to be 28.59 on that. Don't move much.
Hey, Jerry, when you get a chance, MRNA, it just popped up $3 on that last 5-minute candle, but it popped up $3 in like 10 seconds. I mean, what in the world?
I'll tell you what, Myrna's got a beautiful chart. And look, it just broke out this wedge on the monthly. That's why it's a big push up. Ooh, it's got a shooter. I don't know what let's take a look at it. So huge push up. It was extended. There's a red candle. We can see this thing come back to 227.71 if we want to. Forming here on the 4 hour. So look,
yeah, I had it on the 5-minute. I had it on the 5-minute candle, and it popped up. Like I said, in like a matter of 15, 20 seconds, it popped up $3.
Yeah, but it can come up to 225 at once to. So that red candle on the daily, it could be nothing more than a pullback. It could be a pullback to the upside. So it could look like this. Push up, pull back, gone. Yeah, so these green candles here. Even though there's pullbacks here, there's a pullback, a couple small ones. You really want to see a red candle, and that's profit taking. That's a good red candle. Yes, you want to see it. You want to see pretty good pullbacks on this stuff. You see on the 4 hour here, but there's a nice one. That was a healthy pullback. Now it's forming a hammer, which is really nice. Yeah. making higher highs now. So it based here, chopped sideways, made a higher high. Target's gonna be 215.82. So you could take it long if it breaks 214.16, with your target being 215.82. The good thing is it's coming up a huge red candle. There's no resistance there. So a red candle to me is nothing more than a gap. There's no resistance there. And the reason they work so well is because on the lower time frame, just a bunch of red candles stacked up really, really tightly. So price can quickly move through there because it's taking out a bunch of stops. So if you're going to take it long, it needs to break 214. You want to see it make a new high. That's all we're doing. Tesla kind of chopping there. Price point back. Novavax. Amazon's trying to, but man, it's going to take a lot to make a new high. Right now, Amazon's just chopping sideways. That is chop. Let me show you on Amazon. Remember, after lunchtime, I'm talking about between 11 and after, maybe 11:30, but even around 11, you gotta be careful. So you see you're on the 5-minute, or even on the, there you go. See, it made a higher high, track people in there if they took it. Now it's just going back through range, slowly coming up, slowly coming up. So it could possibly see 32.66. Safer is a break at 32.67.50. All right. Put that down. It's a green. Oh shit, Goog just broke. Goog just broke. So look here, range, it pushed up at range here, it broke out a pivot high, so. Thinking about these breaks. You can literally take, as long as your upper time frames look good, you can just take a pivot break and scalp it. Well, you'd be successful probably 60-70% of the time just taking pivot breaks if you're just in it for a few minutes. Continuation, push up, push to make new highs. So, it takes something long, you want to make new highs. And that's all, focus on making new highs. So I'll take my answers where I do because I'm expecting it to make a new high. Otherwise, it's just going to chop it sideways. Just broke out right there. It's just with that higher again. Amazon's trying to push up pretty hard here. So yeah, Amazon pushing. So Amazon, like I said, if you could take it long here, target being 32.66. I'd much rather wait till it breaks 32.67.50. Because it's still, to me, it's still inside this. You can definitely play it though. I'm not saying you can't make money. You can make money right now.
Jerry.
Yes, sir.
Look at INTC. Here's a good one that I see happens a lot on the 60-minute.
See, Amazon's coming on.
On that 60-minute, you got a big 3 candle that it took out the bottom side. It's going to turn around, take out the upper side, and there's a bunch of, it's a broadening formation before it. It's going to take out those stops going all the way back up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's coming up that huge red candle. I'm telling you, these red candles, these big red candles are money. Amazon's coming up.
It probably go out, take out the other side, so it'd be a 3-3, but the other side will be a compound 3.
Nice. And you got clear pullbacks there too, right there. Move a little bit sideways here, broke out just now. Next target on Intel, 5730.
But don't tell Strat Shoulder about that compound.
Don't tell him about that, boy, you get in trouble. Amazon's pushing here, guys. Amazon. Coming up, the volume's increasing on it. The only thing is, it's got to break the, otherwise it can tick to it and then pull it back down and go back in the range. So let me expand this here. Activate. All right.
Was there any news why the VIX shot up so high today, or is it just?
Okay. Hang on a second. Alrighty. Pecan trying to come back up. Double bottom. Pecan's just a choppy mess. It's good for a swing, but day trading, you can trade it, but you have to be in that quick. ANW, I'll post this Bob scan in the chat. What indicator is making? Okay, after 32.66. Amazon has got room to 32.95. Actually, it's right at 30. It's right at $3,300. Here's your first target. Yeah. First order Amazon. Yeah, that long way. Yeah, if you're new, I agree with you, Daryl. Try to keep your charts clean. Just for the time being, you want to see the price action, how these candles move. You need screen time. You got to see how these candles, how the tickers aggregate, how they move up and down. They move in patterns and waves. You know, I used to use all the EMAs and the other other indicators like that, but it created bias. It created bias. I'm not saying. It just did for me. So if I thought something was going to bounce somewhere and it bounced, and I'd take it long. If it didn't break through, I'd take it short. And then if it got close to us, I assumed it was going to go long, and then it would go short. And it just, it was clouding my judgment. So I took them long. Now they do work. They work well. You know how to use them and stuff. But I don't know. I like semi-clean charts. You're welcome, man. Is it ANW? ANW, what is your name? That's right. Yeah. So when you get into something, especially these pivot breaks, they work now, they work immediately, or they don't. And if they don't work, Andre, okay, cool, thank you. Cool. So they either work immediately, or they don't. You know, if they don't work, cut it because there's a problem. There's something wrong. Yeah. Now a lot of people use VWAP. VWAP can be very good, especially for the trend. You know, and it's not lagging; it's real time. So it basically goes hand in hand with this TPO. So, and you know, like Corey says, if it's pushed up, if it's angled up, it's an uptrend. If it's angled down, it's a downtrend. If it's trading sideways, it is chop, and that's very good, especially for new people to see overall trends. It's a very good indicator for that. Okay, Andre. Am I saying that right? Andre? Andrea. There you go, Andrea. Okay. Nicole. West. Williams. Whitfield. Westboro. Wallace. Winner. There we go. Nicole Winner. Yes, sir. Perfect. Andrea. I don't know which one. Oh, thank you. Andrea. Okay. You know, and I think one of the biggest things too that help people is psychology, being confident in the move. You know, confidence is key. Confidence is key. Share it. Yeah, if you're new to trading, start with the best of the best tickers. So A+ setups on a weekly month, that's going to help avoid a bunch of problems. And then just wait for a setup on it.
Did you post that in the chat yet?
What's that? Oh, I'm posting right now. You talking about that scan?
Yes.
Let's see. And there we go. It's Bob. The Bob.
Hey,
scan.
Jared. How many times do you like take the same setup in a row before you give up on it?
What do you mean? The pivot breaks?
Yeah, like let's say you plan a trade and then it's just like you take it, stops you out, take it, stops you out. How many times are you doing that before you're like, okay, this isn't working?
Oh shit. I'd take them a million times.
You'll take a million times?
Yep, because just because something don't work don't mean it's broken. And
Okay.
you know, you've got to trust it. Look, I know it works. Is it going to work every time? But it doesn't mean it's broken. So I would trade it over and over and over. Yep. Because I trust it. I trust it that much. I know, you know, if it looks good on the higher time frames or in an uptrend, it's, you know, breaking a consolidation, it's breaking a pivot high. I trust it. Now, again, with that being said, after 11:30, that breakout is going to fail 80% of the time. All right. So then we want to focus on 2-2s, reversals, or momentum trades. We can also trade consolidation breaks, which is, it might not be marked as by a pivot. Right? We can trade smaller insides consolidations, like on Tesla or Amazon or Cost or whatever, because we have sub inside bars, so that they're not marked by. Let me see. They're not marked by pivots. I trust them so much. I would trade them. I would just keep trading. Yeah.
Got it. So if you take it once, you better be ready to take it till it goes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So say, so we take the break here, all right, and it fails, all right, and it comes back and it tests again. Okay. Well, yeah. Let me re-say this then. I will not hesitate to take them, but twice. So twice. So if I'm taking on an individual ticker like Microsoft yesterday, it came up to range. I took it, it failed. Okay. And it came back up and it consolidated a little bit higher. And then it broke out again for this range. And then I was green both times, but I was waiting on a TPO to catch the bigger move. TPO didn't continue lower. after that second time it fails on an individual ticker 2 times, I will not trade it the rest of the day. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much what I was
Yeah,
asking.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry. But you know, the setup works. I mean, it works, you know. But that's just my rule. If it fails twice, then I won't trade it more on that day. Here's another thing too. I have a rule. I won't let something go against me twice. Right. So that's part of it. You know, if I get stopped out twice, I'll not trade it more that day. Also, say price comes up. Let me clear this. I want to show you another something else I did. It has to do that 2 times thing. So say price comes up. So price is making higher highs. We'll just pretend it's on Tesla. Comes up to, it don't matter. It could come up. We'll just use this pivot here as a reference. But it comes up, pulls back, all right? Then it comes up again and touches the area, all right? And then pulls back. I'll cut it immediately on the second test. So it tested the first time, it didn't make a higher high. It comes back down and tries to pull up again, and then it fails to make a higher high. I'll cut it, because what'll happen is it'll come up, come back, come up again. What'll happen is now it's in a range. All right. Will it eventually break and go higher? It can, but at the same time, since it failed to make a higher high, it could range and then come right back down. Right. So some of these ranges can be $3 or $4. What I'll do is I'll cut it immediately. So as soon as it starts to come down any here, I'll cut it. I'll just cut it right there. Otherwise, it'll come to the bottom of the range. You know, like I said, if it's $3 or $4, $5, now I'm having to sell here because it can make a new low. So never let something go against you twice, ever.
So Jerry, if I understand you right, you're saying that if it clears the pivot, you'll wait, and if it comes back and clears back to the downside, then you cut it?
Well, okay, well, look, let's say this. Say price is coming up. All right. Well, here's a classic. Here, let me do this. Let's do that. Let's zoom this in. Here's a classic example. Okay. Well, yeah. So it doesn't even have to be near a pivot. This is just in general. All right. So say we're in something. Price pushes up. Say it's pushed up to here. Pretend this is an uptrend. Price pushes up. It pulls back. It comes back up. But now this candle here failed to make a higher high. See how it's a little bit lower than this one?
Yeah.
So now, as it starts to come back down, I'll cut it right there. And the reason being is, since it failed to make a higher high, it's either going to start going back in a range, or it's going to make a lower low. And we can see it ranged right here. So always be mindful that the exact where that candle opens and closes, even the wick. So when it make a higher high here, as it comes down, I'll just cut it. I'll take my profits right then. And won't hesitate, because we see, here's what happens. It'll start ranging. So not only did it come down, this first one, it went down a lot. So now you lost most of your money, or you're red. Then it ranges, and all of a sudden it just pukes. All right. Now look, do the opposite. So it comes up, it made a lower high. It ranges. I mean, it could eventually range and then come back up. I'm not willing to take a chance, because once it starts sideways, there's a possibility it can go down or go up. I don't want to give any back. You see what I'm saying? Now look, if it happens to range and all of a sudden it breaks back out, consolidation, then I'll get back in right here.
Yeah.
But until that,
you can always get in again.
Absolutely. You don't want to, you don't want to give back $5. Especially like on Roku or Etsy, this range here could be $5. It could be $1. You don't want to get back in it, because look over here, it failed. And there's always a possibility of it failing. So once it failed to make a higher high, there's a problem, and you better know about it, because it made a lower low or lower high, Pull her high and then shoot. Yeah. But again, it could, consolidate and push higher too, but just cut it instantly. Don't let something go against you twice. Ever.
Gotcha. Thanks, Jerry.
Jerry, look at QQQ for a perfect example. On the 30-minute, where did it stall at? VWAP stopped. Where did /NQ stop at? VWAP. Where did SMH stop at? VWAP.
There you go.
I mean, that's what's nice to having just view. And again, it's not an indicator. It's an actual, it's part of price. It's volume weighted average price.
Let me pull it up here.
And again, it's enough people use it, and there's a lot of people use it, the technical analysis, and there's enough of them, it becomes truth. Remember, take off the upper and lower bands. Yeah, but
yeah,
just look at you look at SMH, stop right there. Look at QQQ, stop.
Crazy.
So
yeah, if enough people use it, it is relevant. And there's a lot of big traders that use that.
And again, it's just, again, it's part of price, volume weighted out. It's not an indicator that's lagging. It's live, it's tied to price. So, but it just helps you. You can see what's it doing. It was sloping downwards, now it's flat.
So that means chop a little bit.
Yep. But the old saying is that if it's above VWAP, it's bullish, below VWAP, bearish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of big time traders that use the VWAP, a lot of them.
But it's, it's not a lagging indicator. So it's something just to have because people use it, especially on the day, the lower time, especially 60 and lower. I think John swears by everything he's doing with his Roku stuff.
Nobody's trying to come back up. We're just chopping right now, guys. That's all there is to it. Just chop and chop, chop. Let's look at Tesla here. Novax is ripping. Novax come up and see 251. Let's take a look at Myrna. Oh, actually, let's look at LLY. Man, it ripped a lot yesterday. Really? It didn't move $33 inside right now. And say Novax, man, Novax pushing. Let's look at Myrna then. Myrna's pushed up right on top of pivot high here. This right here is inside. So this is the chop right here. I was talking to somebody about it. You don't have to trade individual. The pivot breaks, you can trade smaller consolidations. So this right here is a smaller consolidation. It's exactly what I was talking about right here on Myrna, right on the top. So here's one here on Myrna before the break. It breaks and now it's chopping right here. Now it could go up a little bit and then it can start chopping sideways again. You see another push up and they can start chopping sideways again. Yeah. So long as consolidation will be the break, even on a 5-minute. It won't be as big as a consolidation break on the weekly. Still relevant though.
But look at that Myrna on that 30-minute. That's one big mother bar it's got to get out of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Price can quickly push up through there though. Yes, it does. It's got some ways to go.
But you know, it's a nice chart that you like trading, Jerry. Look at DE. Look at that nice push-up pullback on the 15 today. DE.
Oh yeah, clean. I was trying to break out that 5 minute. Yeah, there's consolidation here. So it's trying to get to 359. DE. Strong up here on the monthly. Trying to pull back. Well, it's consolidating right here on the daily between 369 and 350. I got it marked. When it starts to break above that, I want to know about it. I'm also going to mark it for 361. When it starts to break that, we'll see 369. Novax is going. Must have got news or something. Fixing to make all-time high or not break highs of the day. Look at that, very quickly.
Now, once XLV it's stuck at VWAP, once that goes through it, that's going to really accelerate Novax through it. Since it's part of that
Yeah.
index.
Oh yeah, so look, it pushed up, consolidated today. Trying to go country western, fixing to go red and green. As soon as it breaks 685 right now. Yeah, so target's going to be 203, 204. We need a clear break though, otherwise it's just we know these fail about 80% of the time after lunch. It could touch and then come back down. We want a clear break on it. I really need to pull back here. ATPN just popped up on 10% scan. With a 2 down, 2 up, fixing to break highs here on the day. See, it's a month. It's got a long ways to go. But once previously a pullback to the downside, it is making lower highs and higher highs from the 4 hour. The reversal is always going to start on the lower time frames first. It's going to push that. Novax is ripping. Man, what's that wrong with Novax?
Yeah.
We'll pull back on it. Be nice if we came back and retest it. Nope, it ain't gonna stop. Novax. Target's 204 on it. He's a big pullback though. AMC trying to come back out. Shining over on EH. He's watching it this morning. What you doing? EH trying to be somebody. 212. Oh yeah, look right here on the 60. Push out, test, going. That target's 40 to 50. About 39. 5. Mess. Yeah.
Jerry, take a look at Myrna, that pop too.
Oh yeah, Murray just popped. Yes, sir. Yeah, target's going to be 222. It's going to be popping with Novax. Novax in the middle of a pullback right now.
And you know what happened there, Jerry? It just got XLV just popped through the VWAP.
Oh shoot.
So you look at the same sector that you're trading the stock and see where it's at. You get either a headwind or tailwind.
It's moving. Yeah, Myrna's long right now. Novak's is pulling back. Myrna's long though. Myrna long. Be careful, it's gonna fall in line with Novak's probably. Novak's starting to pull back slightly, so you gotta keep an eye on Myrna. Myrna does have target at the top of this red candle here. 221, $7. Let's see what she's gonna do here. Big pullback there. We see a big pullback on Novak's. Stop on Myrna is gonna be right on top of this candle, 214, 214.50 is stop.
Jerry, on the 30 minutes, Siri, SIRI, 2-1 measure move, get ready to go.
What's it called again?
SIRI. It's the best stock in the NASDAQ 100.
Oh, shoot, yeah. So they should, dang, that thing's been moving today. Dang, 2 month. Oh, it's got earned at 814. I wonder if it's a meme stock.
Yeah, volume's pretty high on it. It's funny, that volume went up huge once it cleared that pivot on the 5 minute. 684, it took off. Another good setup that you like, Jerry, is MAR. 2-1 on the 15. MAR without the A.
Oh, it's Marriott?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, same thing. 2 push up. That month, boy, need to break at 159 there. Turn up and pull back. Target's gonna be.
Got a buck and a half on the 60 minute.
Oh yeah, go up there and hit pivot high. Got room. Got room. Need to break this consolidation here.
Yeah.
45.18. What you doing?
Hey, BA is really going now, Jerry. BA.
Ooh, man, look at the volume increase on that thing. 256 target on this thing. Oh, go. Up trend, just pull back. This thing could say 277 pretty soon. 278. Big hammer. Push up, pull back. Could be a nice swing. That's a $2 move right there in that candle. If it wants to go up to see 256 right now.
Yeah, I was listening to Rob's video yesterday on the, I think it was the halftime report, and he was talking about Big D.
I really wouldn't say about him.
I don't know, said something. He said, yeah, you know, Big D likes doing these type of trades.
Yeah, Big D likes balance. Yeah, you don't take it properly. Chap. Stop that at Myrna. Look, Myrna can come down here and bounce and go back higher. I don't care. I don't want to count on that. There's a flip. APPN inside range. Now, APPN could reverse here and come back down $100 if it wants to. It's got to make a higher high here. So it's going to work to the bottom. Six. EH. PSP. Wow. Pretty good. 266%. Oh, this is a new one here. 212 continuation. It's a new one. Saw that near the top. We're going to keep on Tesla here. It's consolidating near the base. Let's see it go lower. So it's shopping sideways here. If it breaks out of 595.50, say 582. A lot of chop here. Beyond with a higher high on 15. You could come up to pivot on 60 here and reject, or it can go right through it. Put that down. Put that down. Yeah. Yeah, they've been rocking. Not a very big mover though. Okay. Good. All right. Look at that. Right. Two down, two up. Are you kidding? Two moves. Might be the wire. There I am. That's a good either though. Look at oil. There. So, compound inside that bar. Looking at a 60. So, slowly moving. This one's a good one. Slowly moving up. You had a swing. This would be the one. Don't move much. It's moving consistent there. Oh, I didn't you know it? See what it moves there for hours. No, shopping. Is it the bell? Increase signs. Stickers that are moving right now. Yeah, moving right now. Oh, it usually does go around earnings. Last time this pivot here, can see 5206. Basing this right here could be a short back to 4703. AR volume is increasing. Push up, retest, push up, retest, making higher lows. 21260, around at 61. Yes. APPN just ordered. Okay, good. Consolidation. Trying to tell you right now. APPN is trying. They're trying a false break. Well, watch out, guys. Oh, it's moving again. HOG's long. Don't know why. Sometimes it's kind of news or something. If you could get in with that, I don't know, I might get in with that. Hogs moving. Screen. Hogs are whipping.
Did you get hog, Jerry?
No, I didn't take it. I'm kind of scared to get in.
Looks like they go up to 49.83 pretty easy. A lot of volume just came in. Must be some news came out.
Yes.
Another one to look at is IBM. Just broke 150.
There's a lot of chop going on right now. I'm really hesitant to get in anything. IBM, yeah, it's trying to break right this second. Long VA calls. VA calls, is it moving? Doesn't matter higher low, and it's trying to come back up. It's probably difficult. Scout Tesla's trying to 2, 3 come back up. 135. Yeah. 135. VA didn't make a higher high. Made a lower high. Yeah. Hogs up on you and US pledge to end metals this truth this year. Okay, thanks, Jeff, for that. It's not really mess with this. Tesla, boys, keep on Tesla. SPY's coming right back up. 1.39% SPY. Tesla's still in this range here. This coming up. Something like it. I think it could come here reverse. It could come up the pivot in reverse. As long as it's inside this chap, I don't want to mess with it. I could have took it on this break here. The target would have been very small now. A lot of chap going on, guys. I'm probably fixing to call it. I'm sure we'll start moving on 2 o'clock again. Probably gonna take a break. If I see something, I'll step back in. I'll leave the Zoom open as usual.
Thanks a lot, Jerry. Have a good one. Drive careful.
I'm gonna try. Be real careful. SPY is pushing up here. I may be holding SPY one night. They're so cheap. Let's see. It's ready to break all-time highs. Consolidating right here at 422.58. Still keeps pressing up against it.
Bob is starting to break out a little bit.
And also on those hog, the calls are super spready too. That's another reason I didn't get in. I don't care about the spread, but they were like really spready. You could have limited in if you got in. Yeah. Yeah. So Baba pressed up. It's holding this bottom pivot here, which is a good sign. It's pressing against 62. Be careful of that. Definitely pushing up on the fiber.
Tesla's going.
Wrong direction. Tesla? Oh, yeah, sure is. Thank you for that. All right, Tesla breaks out of consolidation right here. We'll take it. See if we can take it long. Someone's going on the screen. Yeah, Texas needs to break 604.38 here. Clear break.
FSLY is approaching the high of day.
Sure. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. With the reversal, trying to push back up. See what the higher time frame looks like on that. Oh, yeah, it means that 4 hour. Boy, I like that big old red candle. First target's pivot low on this thing, 58.26. There's a lot of tickers looking just like this. Looks like it's got a big gap there too. Just touching. Touching. It's actually launching it. Clear break. Volumes. Like that. Yeah. Usually gotta make sure I don't expand top of this BF and come back down. Right. I'm gonna make sure this doesn't happen. Work. I was looking the same way. There's a few I was looking at last night with this. Work projected 3 times off this area and came right back down. So work might come back down at 39.62. You can't. That price. You gotta be able to see what it's doing. You gotta trade fucking front of it. I'm gonna put alert right here though. If it starts to come below this, I'll look shorter. Let's look at Bob again. I didn't get to see the higher time frame. Bob. We're gonna try to come back up and be somebody. All right, made higher lows. Lower highs here, more lows. But anytime it's going to reverse, it's always going to happen on the lower time frame first. It's going to take the day and the week up. It's going to start here. That's pushing up. That's looking good. Breaks on up here to take it to 218. Amazon trying to come back up again. Tesla trying to come back up.
Apple's breaking out of that consolidation too.
Nice, look at that. Amazon, still got an alert show on Amazon. So right now it's a 212 up. There's your move on test for Amazon. So Amazon would be long here. Target would be 32.64. So Amazon's long. Just scalp it though. Scalp it to 3 blocks. Amazon's long right here. I'm gonna scalp it, see what we can pull out of it. Pull maybe 3 or 4%. If you're not in it yet, wait. Let me go solid green. Stuff's gonna be really tight on this thing. 32.60. $1.
Jerry, can you take a look at DDS? Nice clean chart.
Yes. DDS. Usually when you try to force a trade, like if I try to force a trade after lunch and chops one on, I usually I'm doing it a lot. I'm doing the wrong thing. DDS just gets a little extended though. I love the solid green bars though. Man, it's good. It's super extended though. Super extended.
Okay.
The pushback, I mean, it's a pushback retest gone. I mean, it'd been nice to catch it around 164. Gosh, it's a big mover. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. You know, but there's no wicking, there's no red candles in here or nothing.
Right, so it might come crashing down.
Yeah, it'll come down. It can come down just as fast. Come down. I got stuff at Amazon. But yeah, it can come down just as fast. All right. I think I'm going to call it before I give any more back. I don't want to get money back.
All right, buddy. Take care of yourself, man.
All right.
Thank
do
you,
the same,
Jerry.
guys. You're welcome. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll keep an eye on Amazon tomorrow, too.
Yo, Jerry, hop on Twitter when you get a moment.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah,
I will
buddy.
do that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Everybody have a good evening. I'll see you in the morning.
Jerry, we'll leave Gary to take over the mic for you now.
Oh, hell. If you guys want to lose money, then I'll take over.
There we go.
Hey, Gary, you're back. I didn't know.
Yeah, I came back today. I took some time off yesterday, but how you doing? Well, you did good, right? You were ripping some plays in the morning.
Oh, yeah, I did. I've been profitable since last Wednesday, so it's good.
You're the man. Party's on you now, bro.
Look at Amazon. I get stuff at Amazon, it takes off. Very dog.
Hey, Gary, just a heads up. I'm having I signed up for Interactive Brokers.
Okay.
I just don't know how to set up the data. So I sent you a message on Discord.
What do you mean data? What do you mean data?
Like market data?
Oh, you have to subscribe for it.
Yeah, so I don't know which ones to.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll tell you which ones my settings are. I'll shoot you a message.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Is it on Discord? You message, right?
Yeah, I sent you a message on Discord.
Cool. I'll check these settings. I actually don't know either. They walked me through it because I was a total noob, but I turned out, I think it was like $1 a month or something, some shit like that. And then if you have set amount of trades per month, they kind of waive the fees and stuff.
Yeah, something, but there's so many options, man. I didn't know which one to choose.
Yeah, like, do you want like level 2 data and stuff, or are you just looking for live data? That's it.
Do you have level 2?
I use it for, I have level 2 on Webull because it's so cheap. It was $2. Over here in Interactive Brokers, they charge like $20. So if you want level 2 data, open up an account on Webull and just, you can sign up and just pay their monthly thing, which is $2. I honestly personally don't use it anymore. I've learned to kind of work around it now.
Okay.
So it
Gotcha.
comes down to your preferences. The main thing is you need live data. You need to know what you're trading. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I'll take a screenshot of my settings because I honestly don't even remember which one I have because there's like 30 different choices. You and I got confused.
Yeah.
That's cool. I'll look it over.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome. I'm just watching Chewy right now to see if he gets a breakout from this pivot point. 79.85-ish. If you guys were playing Fastly, it actually has a gap. That's why it's a bigger play. I think it's up to $57. So you're basically riding like $3 free if you play it. The reason there's a gap is their earnings were after hours and then it just tanked really bad. So that loss is in our favor. Did any of you guys start playing like where the flow is, like where all the big money is going to? Has anyone tried playing that way yet? I don't know if you guys follow any of the flow stuff.
Not me, man.
Flow, you understand what flow means though?
Well, no, everything's new to me.
Oh, flow basically means where, every day people are buying contracts. So the flow basically shows where the money is going into. So like if there's $2 million that were spent on Twitter today, that's a heavy amount of premium spent on contracts. There must be a reason why that's going on. So that's what people say, you follow the money. So flow is basically referring to money and where it's going towards. So I was playing a couple of calls. Beyond was one of them. It was at 160 call, and per stock was at 148. But clearly, those people already had an idea the stock was going to go up, and went up to 154. So I started incorporating the flow stuff, because then once you got all these little accessories to kind of make your trading easier, you kind of have a game plan. You know what to look to. Or else you're kind of like looking through 30 stocks every day, and it gets overwhelming at times.
Where do you get the flow data from?
Pardon?
Where do you get flow data from?
I think I posted something on General Chat. My buddy has an artificial intelligence thingamajiggy bots, and he has a website from there. So I posted on, if you're on Discord, look at the General channel. If you don't see it, just tell me, I'll post it again on there. For me, it helps a lot. It's simply because I kind of just follow the flow now, rather than me, scanning every time, which is not, I'm not saying it's not, you shouldn't do it. But if I start to see a lot of money going towards certain tickers and repeatedly, so we have something called repeated flow. Repeated flow means that it's not, one person, there's multiple people that are buying the exact same contract. And that kind of is a lead indicator, knowing that, all right, a lot of money is going there for a specific reason. So I started looking at repeated flow, and it's helped out a lot. Like 2 out of 5 plays, the contracts went up. You don't have to play all of them, but you kind of just watch the ones that where the money's going towards. So I was looking at that, and then there's
Is that an app?
It's well, he actually created a mobile app, but the full functions operate off of a browser, because there's just so much data you're going to sift through. What he actually created, like I've tried Flow Trade, I've tried Black Box, I've tried Unusual Whales, and this guy literally smokes them all out of the world, because he has so many. He even has crypto, for hell. Like most of these other companies just got stocks. This guy even added crypto with his artificial intelligence.
Are you talking about trading ticks?
Can you post that in the general chat again, please?
Pardon?
Let's say, can you post that in the general chat?
Yeah, I'll post it again in a bit. 1 second.
Are you the richest Rick?
Yeah, the Rick is Rick. It's actually it's a cartoon
Oh,
show.
that's right. Yeah. Okay, see that. That's from like June 2nd. You posted it on June 2nd.
Yeah. There should be a link there for Tradie Ticks.
Yeah, saw that. Thank you.
Yeah, and you can use the trial first. Don't purchase nothing. Try it out. He has a lot of videos, and because honestly, there's so much functions in with this, like it's overwhelming at the beginning. So they've made videos so you can kind of understand the basics of it. But in my opinion, also, this is probably the one thing I would invest in, simply because there's so much data that can help your life out when it comes to trading. It saves you so much time. And you can test your strategies out on his website. And it kind of gives you, it has something called Bullseye, which is giving you calls every day, like 4 or 5 calls. And then it kind of gives you an idea that, okay, why was this call given? And then you kind of look at it, and there's a strategy behind it. If you guys get into it, I can kind of like walk you through some of these stuff. Like maybe we can just do a Discord group together, and I can go through all these functions, because it's absolutely brilliant. Even for, he has a scanner on there as well. So rather than me going through different scans on different websites, he has inside bars, he has engulfing bars, which are your candle threes. So I kind of get all the different bars right there and then every day. And I just keep going through his website to get all my work done. I don't have to go to multiple sites anymore. So I liked it. I don't know, how everybody else may like it, because it is.
What's it called again?
Tradie Ticks. Just check in Discord on the general channel. She said what date it was, June 2nd or something.
Yeah, June 2nd. I just reposted it just now. So.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well, thank you.
And just like I said, try out the trial. Don't pay for nothing yet. See if you even like it. And if there's any questions and concerns, I'll do my best. I'm not a pro at it, but I live by it. Like, I think it's amazing. I use it every day.
Awesome, man. I think I'll take a trial on this and see.
You got nothing to lose on a trial. That's the best way to do it. And I actually like companies that offer trials, because that means they believe in the product. When most people try to sell a product, they didn't want to give you a trial. I start to really doubt them. Okay, so I don't know what the correct channel is. There's under the section text channels. I'm just going to post it in general chat again. Actually, wait, you posted it. Never mind. Oh, never mind. There you go. I think the thing is with stuff like this, people just don't know how to actually use it efficiently. So they're like, why am I paying for something? But once you can understand its functions, you can prep every night what you need to do, because the website also takes all the data that happened throughout the day, and it updates it by 6 p.m. Eastern, I believe. So you can get to see where all the money's going towards, you know, who purchased what. You get to see the deltas, the gammas. I don't know if you guys got into all those Greeks terminologies yet. And you can kind of prepare yourself for the next day knowing that, all right, these 10 tickers have a lot of money going towards them versus going through scanners. Why don't I just watch these 10 tickers? They're gonna move. I'm not saying all 10 out of 10 are gonna move, but every time I put 10 of them there, 2, 3 of them are always moving. And there's a reason why that money's going there. So it made my life a little easier where I could prep the day before, set up my list for the next day and just rotate through those.
Hey guys, I had my stuff muted, but is Jerry gone for the day?
Yeah, he might be back. He said he's gonna take a break for now.
All right. I jumped in CRM calls right at the open this morning at like 9:33, got 50% out of it. Then I jumped in a meeting and I've been busy since then. So I haven't even been watching anything. I see my current positions are kind of fading a little bit, but they're long term. So
Well, a lot of this thing dies out. It usually gets back on 1:30-ish. It's 2 o'clock now. The volume should be coming back in. I
yeah,
don't think you really missed much when you went for a couple hours, to be honest with you. The play that I'm in, that I'm playing till maybe at least September, is going to be Fastly, simply because it tanked a lot, huge gap. It's literally free money in that sense.
yeah. I got in CRM on the inside week up this morning right at the open.
You
Didn't
do,
quite hit my target, but it got close and I was getting ready to jump into a meeting. So I just got out of it and took my 50%. So I'm happy with that.
you're playing long?
Yeah.
Oh, you're lucky because it went down right after that first candle.
Yeah. It popped at the open and it went up. Oh, I don't know. What did it go up?
Oh, it shot up big.
Yeah, about $3, $3
Yeah.
or $4. And I rode it up to almost to where it stopped going up. I got in at 9:33 and got out at 9:40.
That's perfect. So there's a big gap on that one, right? So if you see at the open of CRM that it didn't fill the gap, it just went straight up. And if you look at Apple as well. So I started playing gap plays too. And what I usually do is you just set your stop loss. It's going to go one way or the other. It's either going to go fill the gap or it's just going to continue on upwards. So people look for gap plays because they're actually kind of easy to play because they're either going to fill right away or they're just going to continue going up and you just ride the wave. Kind of like what Jerry puts a trail limit on there and you're set to go on any play.
Yeah, I never had much luck trading gaps.
Well, Tesla is one of the good guys. Like it's known to go for its gaps majority of the time. So I was on another server and he used to only play Tesla, Amazon, and Apple. That was his 3 plays every goddamn day. That's it. Just like one of the guys on the server play Roku every day. This guy played 3 of them. That was it. And he lived for gap plays. So I would watch him play gap plays. And he taught me, he goes, listen, just mark your pre-market levels. And he goes, right at the open, it's either going to run and continue forward with the momentum or it's going to go straight to its gap. And that was it. So he set his pre-market levels and played off of those.
Yeah.
Everyone got their own way of playing, man. You just got to find what works for you.
Yeah, I got a pretty good system down, but I'd like to do a James Bradley and be done in a minute every morning, but I can't quite do that.
He plays the minute candles.
I know.
It's something really good to analyze. Like he's using the strat, but he's watching the tape. And that was a key thing that he's doing. He's incorporating following the tape, but using the strat to get into his 1 or 2 million plays. Very important to know the tape. So he's ripping it. His idea is actually really good. I liked it. I even shot him a message.
Yeah, I've talked to him several times. We've DM'd each other quite a bit.
Awesome.
But I just can't do what he does.
And I think he's only buying shares. I don't think I've ever seen him buy contracts.
No, and we talked about that before. Somebody was giving him a rough time on Twitter one day about it. And
really?
And yeah, they said, well, the guy's making, $800, $1,000 a day in 2 minutes, and they're giving him a rough time telling him he should be trading options. Like, he has a system that works. Let him go. Don't bother him. He's doing better than probably 90% of the people out there on Twitter.
You know what? People that are like that, they're either just jealous or bitter because they see someone being successful, but they got a different method and they hate on them rather than being happy for them.
Yeah.
When I see people with different methods and they're, it's successful for them, I actually want to know because I love to diversify and learn different strategies.
But his system might not work with options because, right at the open, there's such big spreads on most of the tickers.
Yeah.
On options. I mean, there's only a handful that you can play that don't have enormous spreads at the open.
Yes. So my buddy Mike, he plays options right off the gaps, right? So those are right in the beginning plays within the first 5 minutes or whatnot. It is intense. But like I said, everyone got their own way of doing stuff, right?
I spent about a whole year. This is Optimizer SS. Danny, my name's Danny. I spent a whole year trading just SPY at the open, and I was pretty good at it, but I was only getting like maybe 10% on a win.
Okay.
Because I was afraid to hold too long because at the open, there's too much volatility up and down.
Yep.
And I was only getting like 10% win, but my losses were sometimes 10 to 15%. So I kind of just thought, that, and it was affected so much when Trump would tweet out that the individual companies weren't affected as much as the indexes were.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what, I'm going to start trading individual companies so they don't get hit as hard when he sends out a tweet.
That guy was something else, man.
Yeah. It was nice whenever you were in, you had it the right direction and he'd send out a tweet. But
yeah, perfect. This is why where Biden, I don't think he's ever said anything, or I don't even think he actually planned on saying anything, but Trump didn't give a shit. He just did what he wanted to do.
But
yeah,
so I just had that one trade today for 50%, which I'm happy with that. I didn't get as much money dollar wise as I would have liked, but it's been a pretty rough week for trading, and I'm rough 2 weeks really, and I've had a pretty good 2 weeks, so I'm not going to complain.
I am gonna lie to you. I shifted off to meme stocks simply because I go where the money goes, right? I don't give a shit where it is. And knowing that there were specific short stocks with high interest, I just searched them up, found them, and I just started playing them. Like, I haven't played much contracts as much as I've been playing these meme stocks because everybody's playing them. So just play where the money is.
Yeah, I don't trade those. I've done that kind of stuff before, way back, and I got burnt. And I mean, it wasn't the same as it is now with meme stocks.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. RUN clearing the high of the day.
Which one?
RUN.
I never played that. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I used to trade some of the big runners, and I got too tied up in chasing them and losing money on them, so I just avoid them now.
Oh yeah, the first year I got burnt, but now I think there's just so many more retail involved, even compared to last year. I think there's such a big influx of people that are now trading. It's actually surreal, man.
Yeah.
The number of stocks that have run compared to last year is also epic. Like, it's just shocking.
Run is about to go 3 up on the week.
Solid.
It's had quite a few weeks pulling back, so maybe this might be the reversal for it here. It's still inside on the month, but it's green.
Fiber broke its weekly as well this week. Should be an interesting one to watch.
I don't usually trade stuff that I'm not familiar with, like Run. I've never heard of it, never traded it, so I won't touch it. But it's not to say you can't make money on it. Like Jerry will call out something that has like a $3 spread, and I'm like, I'm not touching that, and he'll make thousands of dollars on it. I'm like,
yeah,
I'm not touching it. But
yeah, he called Trade Desk the other day, and I saw a spread on that, and I kept away.
Yeah, he called something out the other day, and I pulled it up, and I'm like, man, that spread. I said, there's no way you can trade that, and he